discussion briefing by myself for our periods on FIS and the FIS of Boston 46. So, obviously, members, we are now in a process in February that we want to do focus on the resolutions that we issued to the departments last year, requesting their responses. A number of responses have come in, and that circulated by Mr. Ngoyi to all of you. And obviously, today we're going to speak to the public with COMSAFETY and trust. We are obviously following up on the resolutions, but also all of these departments have been asked to give specific information on the impact of our famous or infamous RT46 contract on the operation. So we'll be receiving information on that. That's an important part of this because we are doing a focused inspection study on RT46. On that, I've also been receiving over the past months many emails from private sector folks, in other words, groups of people who are mechanics and service providers to the RT46 food chain business group, the ecosystem, who are alleging on all sorts of things. I have asked all of them to provide a committee with submission of that thing. Now, what I hear is, I've been, can you please look this up on the screen, the schedule? All I do is that we will collate over time, the researchers will collate over time all the RT46 input from the departments, and then the private sector, the private sector technicians, and then we will have a whole idea is to have a very large interaction on the 24th of March 2026 with departments, National Treasury, who are the notice the fathers of this RT46 contract, which has just been reissued, or is going to be reissued shortly, and then also the private sector. So we can find out in between all of that where the bottlenecks are on this issue, where the slowdowns are in this issue, in terms of getting vehicle service, but also to investigate the allegations of collusion, price fixing. So work has been going to only certain people and not to. There are many people who got hold of us who are part of the emerging and transformation service, who are trying to get, business for their companies to give them hurry, not being getting it. So we will hear from all of them, and that's the whole idea of the RT46. So when we finish meeting with departments, and we're not really receiving submissions for the council, but we can have a nice picture of this. I will also be writing, can we please also write to, we will then have to write to National Treasury to get the submissions of them. Okay. Because that is the same level of it. But I think that we should do that request every submissions once we've had a chance to evaluate some of the info we've got. So we can give them some sort of context to respond in. Okay, that's the one side of it. Then, members, you will also see that in the last round of hearings, there was a request that we're going to be hosting. That is important to us to get out there. So you can see that we've scheduled oversight on 17 Feb, and then on 24 Feb, and then on 10 March. I am going to be asking the researchers to look through the AG reports and find, where the AG's really reports that money was spent on this project. It's been 10 years. I'll just give you an example. In 10 years now, it's not finished, or it's half finished, or whatever. So really, the worst of the worst. Taking our lead from the Auditor General, but if remains on opening it, if you have any specific things that you think would be good for us to go and look at, go and do oversight on, when you know the state has spent money and it has to be properly executed, please let us know and we can consider that. Obviously, we have to look at the geography of it. I would like to be able to go into an area and we have a good full day So we go into there and maybe the night before, and then we start doing oversight, which will help us take behind the next morning and do 4 or 5 oversight visits in a particular district. And then perhaps that might travel to another district, but not on the other side of the province. And that's just work out the geography of it. So we will advise them. So this will not just be the normal, one of the normal SCOPA hearings. We will be doing normal hearings, gathering information on the RT46 contracts, try and make them a more efficient contract across the country, and then doing oversight visits. And then obviously we will, at the end of all of that in April, adopt our hearing reports and adopt the RT46 recommendations. Okay, so that's just the first part of our meeting today was the briefing. Are there any questions with that question before we ready for public question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not related to what you're saying, Chair. Chair, since you are part of this GPU government and those officials together are part of the GPU government, and even as we get advice there, please tell us not to block our cards. Because we cannot take into the legislation. Our cards are blocked, we cannot take it. If you're going to maintain and even bring it, that's all we have to take. So please ask them to block our cards. We cannot do it, so we can block our cards.
Thank you, Honourable Dirks. I fully agree with you. I know. Okay, I won't comment on anything else, but I 100%. If you hear, I'm actually asking you to speak in the domain which is speaking. Yes, the chair. The chair of your committee. Yeah. I'm concerned that my members of my committee are having difficulty attending.
Yeah, we couldn't come in even by the cover.
So I'm with you. So I'm more than happy to make representations as the chair of the committee that the members of the committee are not being allowed easy access to. I can't comment for the speaker. So anyway, I hear your point on the next, and I'll make the relevant inquiry. Okay. Yes,
Yes, good morning, honorable chair. Good morning, honorable members, support staff, compliment colleagues, no fights in the beginning of the days. We must not fight. This is our business. Chair, no, thank you very much for the briefing that you have given us, that we are consolidating. There's a report that you give us a clear picture of what is happening to the stakeholders. And then after this, we meet the commissioner and those relevant people to really appoint this company, because it's really affecting the effectiveness of the departments today. Chair, as I will request, I'm still making the challenge there. Only chair, not following to my challenge, process. I will request that because the chair indicated the oversight that you are going to say maybe should be put on the WhatsApp so that it's easy to see things on WhatsApp on the is because it will be a big challenge. So it's my handling all the needs and although they are sent on the email,
that's absolutely no problem at all. We will communicate fully on that. So you talk about the schedule of yes. Can I please ask that this schedule of activities is also put on the WhatsApp link? Okay, thank you very much. So that you can just see the various states. But just to run through that quickly, members, you should have all seen it. It's today, obviously, you're meeting with Public Works, COMSAFETY and Transport. Then on Friday, we are meeting with Education, Department of Health. Then on the 17th of February, as I said, we have started oversight. 17th, 24th, days. Okay, and then we are going to be doing the RT46 intervention study. That's on the 24th. We possibly will have just a minor briefing session before that RT46 big meeting. If members can just bear with me, magistrate need to have a short briefing in the evening, maybe an hour or two, just to run through what we've got, so that we can orientate ourselves. The whole idea of that thing is that's going to be our sort of flagship this year, is that we are trying to go there and say, listen, this contract has not been run properly. There are huge amounts of evidence off the road, a huge amount of safety is off the road. Those are two, and as we saw in school functionality, I'm sure, there are a number of schools that their vehicles are damaged and it affects the individuals. Although that's a transport issue, the transport has submitted a report on this, and we obviously for education on this. So there are three departments that appears that are mainly affected. But we are receiving responses from all the departments in the chapter, all of them, but we're not necessarily seeing them always yet, because we're really holding in on the ones that are affected by this contract. Okay. So the only addition, as I say, might be an evening briefing, just so that we sharp, probably sometime in March, so sharp for the 24th. Okay. Evans, we actually have a bit of a breakdown, because public works are coming in at I'll hold the briefing and take the longer to the song actually. So yeah, maybe you could just do some other work with the case maybe. Can I ask what we'll do? Just we go off the record here. How many of the other members are affected by this, or just yourself, or together? What's that one now? Have you posted a message to your caucus to see, for instance, on other members in the human settlements over there? I wonder, I'm just, so this is, it seems to be probably affecting the whole board. All right, I will send a message to the deputy speaker now.
Yeah, we understand the message.
You must also send it to them. They can't just block the members. But you also use the same document for.
Absolutely.
I'll wait.
Also, check the document. Have you reported this to Chief? No, I haven't reported that. I think maybe you should. And now, well, I'm thinking of this. Thank you. Quite great.
I'll quickly go talk to him. Sorry, colleagues. Good morning, everyone.
You had the gate in 2026. You had the gate in 2026.
It's going to be.
It's easy, it's fine.
Let's have one of those there. I'll work at the areas.
That's correct.
What was it?
No, yeah.
No.
Thank you. Chief Quincy. Of the advice of the people's like. What a time, the president. No, this one, next one. Yes, this one next to you. You know, when it's not your president, you know what he does? He put on this glasses. They put on these glasses. Today's COMSAFETY. It's a transport. I think that's
Seven. One, two. One, two. One, two.
Honourable members and colleagues, we will start in a few minutes, a little bit earlier than intended, because yeah, we actually finished our briefings very early today. So it's now 9:58. Can we say we'll start at? I see some of you are wanting to get a cup of coffee or something. Are we all good? Well, then maybe we can start at 10 o'clock. Is that all right? 2 minutes? Okay, thank you. All right, honourable members, colleagues from the Department of Public Works, thank you very, very much. My dear friend Zama, would you mind closing the back door there, please? Thank you so much. What? Thank you. The MEC is disrupting you. All right. I'd like to welcome you heartily, all of you today, especially our guests from the Department of Public Works. You certainly seem to have brought along a very massive delegation. I don't know if they're all going to be speaking, and I certainly hope not. But welcome to all of you. Members, we have started a bit earlier, obviously, orientating ourselves for our next SCOPA season. And I thank you very much for coming in early to do that. And I obviously welcome you to the hearing as well. We welcome our friends from the Auditor General. I'm glad to see that you made it through last week, sitting in, I think, the hottest place I've ever sat in. I think you saw I was absolutely wet. But yeah, the Msunduzi Town Hall without aircon is not a nice place to be in the heart of summer. So I'm glad you made it through that. And we're happy to hear. Yeah. So the purpose of the engagement today is twofold. First of all, is to go through the responses to the resolutions that were issued by the committee and endorsed by the House last year. And then also to just get your impact or your insight on the RT46 contract, because we are doing that as a focused intervention study. I have overread your reports, and I do see that it does not have a massive impact. So you certainly don't have to dig down into that. Just maybe, a couple of summary statements on that. But that's effectively what I have to say at this point. I think just so that we can refresh our minds as to who we all are, maybe just start with some quick introductions. I'll start with myself. I'm obviously Tim Browderset. I'm the chair of SCOPA. If I can introduce my trustee assistants, I've got Mr. Mgonazi, Mr. Bezaidnout, and Ms. Gumede. who are part of the team, and someone, of course, is always present to help us. Honourable Matlopa, if you'd just like to do an introduction up to Honourable Dirks, and up to the AG as well, and then we can start with your team, MEC. Thank you. Just quick introductions, thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Greetings to Honorable MEC and all his entourage in this meeting. My name is CQ Malopa.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, your staff, the department MEC, the acting HOD, and the entire delegation from the department. My name is Tembiso Makubane. I'm the member of this committee. Thank you.
Sawubona Chairperson. Namalunga SCOPA staff angibingelele MEC acting HOD ndabonke nihamba nabo ithimba lakho. Igama lami nguSiphiwe ngilisho laphi given ngidume ngokuthi ngumoyo kodwa ngumbatha. Ngiyabonga.
Sibingelele Chairperson, HOD, honorable members, officials. My name is Bongu Musa. Since now we're soon gonna become KwaZulu. I'm not gonna mention the other one because that will be Natal. So Bongu Musa in favor of KwaZulu. Mkize. Representing Umkhonto Wesizwe Party here in the kingdom. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, MEC. Good morning to the acting HOD and all the officials from the department. Good morning to the AG and all the staff from the legislature. My name is, good morning to the Chair of Chairs too, that has just arrived here next to me. My name is Mervyn Dirks. I am a member of SCOPA, was a member and now a new member again of SCOPA, back on SCOPA, representing the Umkhonto Wesizwe and SCOPA. Thank you very much.
Honourable MKs.
Chair, my apologies, I've omitted the MEC, Honourable MEC. I know soon I might be taking over. And the Honourable Chair of Chairs, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MKs. Honourable Chair of Chairs, thanks for joining us. Would you like to just introduce yourself, sir?
Greetings, Chair. Greetings, honourable members, honourable MEC. Tutuo Mathaba. Honourable Mkize is joking about taking over. MEC.
I was wondering if the Chair of Chairs is here to keep an eye on me because I had a bit of a argument with the Chair of NA Cocktail last week. Can we also please ask the members online to introduce themselves? I believe we've got Honourable Nair online and Honourable Ngoyi. I can give you that opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Honourable Naya. Just want to greet all the members and yourself and look forward to today's engagement. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, good members, the MEC and the team. It's M.H. Ngwane, member of the SCOPA. I would like to apologize, Chair. I've got a bit of a flu. I wanted to attend physically, but I could not. My apologies.
I fully understand, Honourable Ngoyi.
But Honourable Zlungana's network is not good. Can you repeat? I think by the farm there's no network, so can you repeat?
He was submitting an apology that he had the flu. And I know you're just playing being naughty now. All right. Hey, I can see my friends are back. Eh? The boys are back. All right. Are there any other members online that I can see? I don't see Honourable de Klerk. I don't see Honourable Bamprakash. Okay. All right. I think the apologies we have is Honourable de Klerk. I'm not sure if there are any other apologies, Mr. Mkonazi.
That's the only apologies.
Okay. All right, wonderful. Right, Ken, MEC, can we just go to your team, please, just for some quick introductions, and then we can get started on the business of the day.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, and greetings to the Honourable members and the Honourable MEC, and all the Honourable members that are also on the online platform. My name is Vish Govender. I'm the Acting HOD for the Department of Public Works, KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Greetings, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, MEC, and colleagues. My name is Tamim Genge, Acting Director at the Office of the HOD.
Greetings, Honourable Chair, greetings, Honourable members and MEC and colleagues. My name is Kosnati Buthelezi, Acting CFO. Thank you.
Greetings, Honourable Chair. Greetings, Honourable members. My name is Andalib Khan. I am the Chief Director for Corporate Services in the KZN Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Greetings, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, Honourable MEC, and all colleagues. I am Tobu Mkhono. I'm the Acting Deputy Director General within Public Works.
Greetings, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable MEC, and all other members of the meeting. My name is Dylan Naika. I'm the Acting Chief Director, IMTS. Thank you.
Greetings, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, MEC, HOD, and colleagues. My name is Lilian, Acting Chief Director, Immovable Asset Management. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Honourable MEC, and members of SCOPA. My name is Mlungi Simbili, Director, SCM.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable MEC, and Honourable members of SCOPA. My name is Byron Pillay. I'm the Director, Enterprise Risk and Integrity Management.
Greetings, Honourable Chair, MEC, Chair of Chairs, and Honourable members. My name is Mlungi Sikhumalo, the Head of Comms within the department.
Greetings, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, the Honourable MEC, and colleagues. My name is Ntandweni Ngdlamini. I'm the PLO for the Portfolio Committee.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for introducing. Sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. I've been advised that our representatives of PARC, that's the Provincial Audit Risk Committee, are online. Sorry, I will also come to the AG. Thank you. PARC, can you please just say hello and introduce yourself? I don't know who's there from PARC.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. My name is Bongeka Jojo. I'm the Cluster Chairperson for the Audit Committee where this department falls under. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. And then last and not least, the Auditor General, if you can just introduce your delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to your kind self, the honourable members, the honourable MEC, HOD, and your colleagues, and PARC colleagues online, everyone in the meeting. Chair, my name is Kabiso Madlala, the Deputy Business Executive at the AG. With me, I do have our Stakeholder Liaison Manager, Ms. Nombulelo Ngume. And on my other side, I do have George Rendell, which is the Audit Manager responsible for the audit. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've got to everyone. If I missed anyone, Mr. Mkonazi? No, I don't think so.
All right. Okay, now we can move to the business of the day. I would like to hand over to the Honourable MEC, Martin Mayer, just to give us your opening remarks, and then we'll hand over to the acting HOD and do the necessary swearing in. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members online, AG and park representatives, and then, of course, the wonderful officials from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm not aware that the constitution has been changed yet. Honourable members, it's an honour to be with you, and a happy new year to you all in this wonderful 2026, and I hope it's a peaceful year. As you can see, I am still here. So it's wonderful to still be in front of you today. Honourable members, no, we come in peace, Chairperson, we come in peace. Chairperson, as I've said before, we still maintain exactly the same attitude to SCOPA, and that is that SCOPA is our partners in our road to become a clean and a functional department. I am not naive. I've been in politics long enough to know we're not there yet. We're not a fully clean department yet. We haven't fixed all our problems yet, of course. It's not been a long time yet, but I am very proud of what we have achieved and that we are definitely on the right road to become a much better department. And we're already a much better department than we were a year and a half ago. One of the major things that has changed is that consequence management is no longer just a word in this department. It is a way of life in our department. It is something that we enforce rigorously, and not everybody always likes it. But unfortunately, it's what needs to be done. It's the bitter medicine that we as officials and as the department have to take to ensure that we get on the right road. And I think we can see the results. But I also still maintain that the majority of officials in this department are good, honest, hard-working people who just want to serve the people of our province. And I think the results also show that. Our relationship with the AG remains good, even though we disagree on the audit outcome. But I think that's par for the course, Chairperson, that we think we deserve a clean audit, and we've given our reasons. And that the matter of over 30-day payments is something that will be a problem for us in many, many years to come. But we are continuously engaging with the AG to try and find solutions, and it's not ill will on our side or their side. It's an interpretation of the rules that we slightly disagree on, but we are working together. It's also wonderful to have Park here. I hope the Park officials will agree that I do attend the briefings that we held for MECs, as was a cabinet decision, and I find those also to be very, very helpful. As is the new Department of Finance or the Treasury's dashboard, which also makes it a lot easier for MECs to keep an eye on what's happening. So with that, no one came here to listen to me ramble on. You've come to hear what we're doing. The reason why we bring such a large delegation, Chairperson, and let me also just say our head office is in Maritzburg, so there was no SNTs. They all work here. So we didn't have to pay SNTs for them to be here.
Intimidation.
Well, you outnumber me still. So, but the reason is that we also want to make sure that we give you the 100% correct answers. So while not everybody will be sworn in, you might be asking questions that we don't know from the top of our heads, but we brought all the officials so that we can give you answers in real time, Chairperson, because we respect SCOPA that much. In public works and infrastructure. And let me end off by saying that the City Hall doesn't fall under me, so the broken aircon is not public works' fault for a change. Thank you so much, Chair.
The City Hall or the Legislature?
You switch that.
Oh, I see. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. MEC, thank you very much. I think that also, I think even the members opposite will agree that your department's pretty well run. And so even if you come in just so we can look at how you actually do things correctly, we can learn as well. So I know, and maybe eventually you'll come to the point where you and the AG will agree eventually. But anyway, that's besides the point. MEC, thank you very much for those opening remarks. I'll now hand over to the HOD. But can I just get an indication of who may possibly testify today before the hearing? And then we'll yourself. What about your CFO? Well, I think I'd like to just swear in yourself, your CFO. Well, what are the roles again? Sorry. Chief Financial Officer, and who else? Okay, members, are you happy with that? We just swear in those that are probably going to testify. If somebody else is going to answer, we'll just swear them in first. Otherwise, we have to go through the whole long thing of swearing everybody in. I'm sure you agree. All right. And then can I please ask that when you contribute today, before we do the swearing in, please speak in the voice of Miss Khan, a loud, strident voice that we can hear. Please don't. I like that. Thank you so much. It's good to hear our sisters speaking strongly. So, gentlemen, please learn from them. Don't be nervous and shy. This is on the record. We want to hear your responses. Okay, please be confident. Okay, so HOD, if we could just start with you and the CFO. Remember, again, you raise your right hand. If you want to do the affirmation, you say, I hereby affirm that I will tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. If you want to do an oath, you say, I swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and so help me God. Entirely up to you if you want to do affirmation or oath, but if you could please start the process.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I, Vish Govender, hereby swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I am Nkosinathi Buthelezi, swear to tell the truth, only the truth, so help me God. I swear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We have received your presentation. Am I right in saying that one of your team here has the link so you can put it up on the screen?
Yeah, yes, correct. You are right, Chairperson.
Okay, because that is my pet peeve when that's not done. Okay, because we obviously have members online and I would like them to see the presentation as well.
Can I?
I don't want to do.
Yeah.
We will lose the focus of the meeting.
No, that's.
The HOD presentation.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask any questions.
Okay, thanks, Chair. No, I'm not asking question, Chair. I'm saying this to be noted because most of the position are vacant position. I'm saying the MEC must take note of that, not for discussion, Chair. That
All right. Thank you very much. We got there. I'd like to also just welcome Honourable Sithole Moloi and Honourable Biela, who has joined us. Just so you both know, we've done the introductions. We've done the swearing in, and we're about to start with the acting HOD presenting his reports. Can I give you 20 minutes? And then we will get into questions and take it from there. Okay, acting HOD, take it away.
Greetings, Honourable Chairperson, and greetings.
Sorry, just as I can just remind you, we are all able to read. Please don't read it word for word. Take us through the highlights. Take us through the issues. Obviously focusing, as you have in your report, mostly on the responses to the resolutions. Okay. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for that cue and the guidance. Greetings again to yourself and all the honourable members that are present. Honourable Chair, I'd like to say to you guys that we have the contents page that has 9 items, and the 10th one is the questions and comments, but we'll start off with item 1, which is Resolution 119 of 2025 in respect of the payments not made within 30 days. I'd like to take yourself and the committee, Honourable Chair, to slide 4, which is a schematic presentation of what is the situation at the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in respect of this finding that was made by the Auditor General during the last financial year. Chairperson, what we've done, and you've said that we need to also share some good practices to yourselves, and we build from here in order to achieve that clean audit, is the fact that we've noticed from our previous audit that departments like ourselves do not have an invoice tracking system, meaning we are unable to say to the Auditor General or any other oversight body as to how many invoices have come through the hands of the officials that deal with it and how many have been paid within that particular time frame. And when the Auditor General comes, it's almost too late because they pick up discrepancies and we don't have concrete facts to either refute that or agree with that. Now, if you look at that schematic representation, it's on slide 4. If we can go to slide 4, please. The resolution is a payment analysis from 1 April 2025, that's the slide, to 30th January 2026. Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, you will note that we've taken the difficult task of tracking invoices, every single invoice that is paid, and the numbers that are reflected is in millions. And hence you'll note in April, you will see the blue bar graph which is paid within 30 days. We paid a total amount of 22084. We unpaid of those invoices were 2262. The 2262 relates to invoices which are property rates payments that are accruals from the following year. We then proceed to May, June, July, and from July, August, September, October, you would then see the call that was issued by MEC Mayor and this government that's leading here that we need to pay people because it's peremptory and we're not default. Then we come into November, December, and January, and you start to see the greens increasing because of the fact that we do not receive the amounts that we need to receive. Now, on slide 2 and 3, which I need to highlight, the AG raised the matter that we need to settle IDA invoices and ensure that client departments pay up. When we took over the IDA account, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, it was sitting at 900 million. It sits as of today at 232 million. It's a moving target because as work goes, invoices need to be processed. Then we had an insufficient baseline allocation for property rates. Again, that remains the issue whereby we're still off the target, even though we did receive the additional allocation, which we're grateful for, of just below 200 million. We're still about 475 off. In respect of the limitation imposed by the monthly allocations of 8.33, myself, together with the Honourable MEC and the team that I lead, arranged a meeting with Provincial Treasury where we engaged on the issue of the linear projection of 8.33 does not cover the invoices at hand that needs to be paid. That formal engagement then resulted in the submission from Treasury indicating to us that unfortunately with the pressures that 2 other departments face, they cannot allocate us any much more. But what they've done is in between assisted us where lights were switched off at particular places like the Department of Transport offices and the Mayville Complex and Truro House. What we then proposed to them was the restructure of the IDA account. And why I say this is because the Auditor General is present and that's where we need to find each another. The IDA in its current format cannot work because Public Works does not have an overdraft. So if we pay we can't wait for 30 days to receive that money from the clients. And clients don't have that money. So it pushes to 30, 60 to 120. Then we considered the option of the separation of the bank accounts, whereby the Auditor General, and quite correctly so, made that advice that you need to keep money separately, that of the IDA and that of the monies that were utilized for your day-to-day bread and butter issues. Unfortunately, legislation does not allow that, and hence you'll see that in red on slide 2. We then proposed a solution of the amendments to the SLAs, which will then put the burden of financial of fiduciary responsibility on the accounting officers at the respective departments and take into consideration section 36 right up to 42 of the PFMA. We also then on slide 3, Honorable Chair, picked up a further problem whereby provincial treasury now moved from 4 payment runs to us to 3 because of the 2 departments that need to be prioritized. Unfortunately, Chairperson, if you look at the schematic presentation and the audit that we've done, we find ourselves better off than where we were last year, but still in the same deep waters, trying to swim and get to safety. The problem we have, and we called a meeting with the Auditor General, and we need to say to yourself, Chair, and the honourable members, we require your help, and I'm very happy that Park is present as well, because the belief for our submission is that we can only be audited on an environment or an ecosystem which we can control. So we've engaged with we've engaged with the audit head just over a week ago, and we're still finding ourselves in respect of the current audit, which is about to commence, in respect of whether this should occur or not. In respect of expenditure management, if you look at slide 6, which is schematically presented as well, current invoices amount to 129 million, paid within 30 days is 312 million, paid after 30 days is 135, not paid more than 30 days is 316 million. Now, Chair, if you look at the IDA sitting at 232, you'll see that the management of funding at Public Works, it's to the T. If you go to slide 7 and you look at the pre-economic classifications per departments and what departments owe us, and you go to the value of the current invoices, you will see then what I've just indicated in terms of why Public Works then cannot have a full 12-month period of payment within 30 days. We still believe, Chair, that we're in a better space, but we still believe that the Auditor General has to come out and meet us somewhere. And I use the analogy of when someone walks into your house and they want to kill you and you kill them, the Act says you should be charged for murder. But then it says if it's self-defense, then it's pardon. And that's the analogy we put forward to the Auditor General as well, that yes, the legislation says that, but it's impossible and it's improbable to hold an accounting officer responsible for same. In respect of impairment of receivables, Honourable Chair, and we've taken the call from yourself and the honourable members that we need to look into the 3231 million in terms of impaired receivables and how we bring that down. You will see that the slide on slide 8 produces it as of 1st of Jan 2026 of 247, and you'll see that drastic decrease in that. In respect, Chair, to Resolution 122 of 2025 of the Ilembe District Office, the project has been completed. However, the Auditor General has raised possible material irregularities within that office. What we've done is we've said, instead of waiting for the Auditor General to come back, let us go out and do a full investigation and classify or quantify anything that should be classified as an MI in terms of the Public Audit Act with specific reference to Section 5, or if that's not, then provide that to the Auditor General and record it as a UIFW if then be, and then take the respective consequence or respective approach of condoning it and then consequence management. We're not there because the report is only due at the end of March. In terms of the Aden Mission Depot Chair, 123 of 2025, we're happy to report to this committee and yourselves that all staff have been relocated as of the 29th of August 2025. We've engaged the Ngonyama Trust Board to dispose of that facility. We've also ensured that that facility has an option of leasing to a non-profit organization so it can be used as a training center. In terms of the legislation, the long-term letting has been approved by the MEC and forwarded to Provincial Treasury for investigation. We can then move to slide 12, which is the resolutions under forensic investigations, which we've championed and which is currently utilized by all departments. And we've got 3 columns: the number, the FR number, the allegation and what has happened post the investigation. On FR 19/2020B, the investigation into the recruitment and selection process into the position of an assistant director within the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Public Works was alleged to be irregular. The disciplinary process was completed and the official was found not guilty. The investigation into allegations of fraud, corruption, and over expenditure in the payments of stipends, slide 13, FR 29/2021. 3 officials were given the following sanctions. Official 1, a final written warning. Official 2, the investigation report cleared the official of all allegations of wrongdoing. And official 3, sadly so, passed on. In terms of FR 30/21, 11/2022, 4/2024, 19/24, 2021/24, 3/25, 22/25. It's in various stages of investigation by the Office of the Premier. I must announce, Honourable Chair, that post our meeting with you last year, the submissions now from the Office of the Premier's team has improved drastically. We're having quarterly meetings, and we're now not where we were when we did provide these investigative reports. In respect of Resolution 125 of 2025 of UIFW, frivolous and wasteful expenditure due to interest charges of 2,000 Rand. Honourable Chair, this is a problem that we're going to see recurring because municipalities are now, this is an interest on a bill for rates, are levelling that because that's according to the law, they need to level it. We still are in engagements with them to override this. The problem we have is that they want payment of current expenditure to offset that, and we don't have that funding because of the bottom baseline. I don't want to take you through that because we're clear on that in terms of where Public Works is in respect of the bottom line budgeting and the unfairness in terms of what the allocation is and the invoices that need to be paid. In terms of Resolution 125 of 2025, which centers around the Archibus expenditure, we've declared that whole amount of 49,197,000 as a UIFW. We're currently in the process of completing the determination exercise. What that would do is it will identify the persons responsible for that particular UIFW. It will then provide remedial measures as to what needs to be done in order to prevent that. It will provide any areas where there were fraud and corruption, and then it will be submitted to Provincial Treasury for condemnation thereto. And post that, there would be action that would be taken. But what we've done in the interim for the matters that were raised by the AG in terms of the licenses, which is the material irregularity, we've disciplined the all 4 officials. We've issued them final written warnings, and we've referred the matter to the State Attorney for recovery of losses, even though Section 12 says that the employees are there's a ring fence around them in respect of liability. We're saying, no, let that come from the State Attorney, and let us look at the option of getting these money from the people who have committed such an act of misconduct. In terms of Resolution 125 of 2025, Chair, here we walk the talk, Chair. We started off with 538 million when we appeared before yourself. It's an embarrassing situation as well. We sit with 21 million. You will see the schematic representations on 17, 18, and 19. The only expenditure now, Chair, that's pending approval from Provincial Treasury is 21 million. To date, Chair, we've condoned 432 million from 1st of August 2024 to 31 thing. Bearing in mind these are legacy matters, they're not within the term of myself and the Honourable MEC and the team that I lead. And then from 1st of April 2025 to 31st December 2025, there was 106 million condoned. And then you would look at, we're sitting with 21 million, which is pending approval from Provincial Treasury, because we have to appear before a contract. In terms of the RT46, Chair, we're in good hands. We've met with the service provider. We've addressed our challenges. We've highlighted to them the problems that we as Public Works think that where they should amend the standard operating procedures. They've responded positively, Chair. And hence, as we speak, Chair, all our issues have been addressed. We've also dealing directly with the SLA. That's on slide 23. There's no issues with the service providers. There's no issues as well with the company who's been contracted. And purely because we went to them and we said, guys, it cannot continue like this. We are Public Works. We have a fleet of vehicles that are required for service delivery. How do we meet each other and how do we resolve matters? That brings me an end, Chair, to the slide 23, which talks about the Resolution 127 about 2025 on the filling of vacancies. Again, there, Chair, we've schematically presented. We've filled 6 positions, which gives you a percentage of 18% out of 100. We're awaiting the Office of the Premier's approval on 5, which is 15%. 4 is on the job evaluation process, and 18 is currently in the recruitment process. The question will then arise, Chair, and it was raised by the Honourable Member as well, as to most people are acting. When we went out on the post of Chief Financial Officer and Director for Legal Services, the applicants that, and the Chief Director for Immovable Infrastructure Management and Training Services, the applicants that came through were not meeting or mustering the minimum requirements. Hence, we had to re-advertise. Also, Chair, the current situation whereby the process to fill a vacancy, which we agree with as well, it's not just a straight line, because you got to get Treasury approval, and post that it has to go to ODP. But what has been introduced now is that every single position must be evaluated, and it must not be older than a certain period, because we got to advertise the post according to DPSA guidelines on the right level. We definitely, Chair, going to be taking into consideration the employment equity of the department. You've asked me to cover it. I'm happy to note in EXCO it's a 50-50. The unfortunate, my apology, one of the EXCO members who's female is currently attending an interview, so hence she's not present, but we're 50-50 in terms of that. We also meet our targets. If you look at our APP in terms of the number of people that are appointed in the designated groups, for focusing on women, people with disability, military vets, and so on and so forth. I therefore submit same for your consideration, Chair, and I can safely say to you, we're there for Clean Audit 2026, but we need your help to convince AG that time has come whereby we need to rethink the audit strategy and rethink how we're going to audit departments like Public Works in respect of 30-day payments. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Members.
Thank you very much, Acting HOD. Right, members, it's over to you. Can I take hands for calls? Also, obviously, I'll take the hands that are present physically first, and then I'll go to the online platform. So, members, do we have any hands? Any questions? Honourable Magabane, Honourable Matlopa, Honourable Mkhize, Honourable Mbata, and then Honourable Dirks. That's the order. Can you just write that down for me, please? Okay, Honourable. Thank you, Honourable Magabane. Honourable Matlopa.
Okay, thanks, Honourable Chair. Greetings again to the MEC. Always appreciate your presence in our meetings, representing your department. No, I want to appreciate the presentation by the acting HOD, and it shows that really, as the chair was saying, that there is great improvement. The chair was saying that, which means that the acting HOD is really doing the good work with his team in the department, so that the MEC, when he comes here, he comes with the confidence that the work is done. I think we are having a good team led by the acting HOD. So keep it up, HOD and your team, the good work that you are doing for this government of our province. So we appreciate that when you get an opportunity of giving a responsibility, you excel in your responsibility. We can see that some of the challenges that we are indicating that it's outside you as a department to act on it, because it relies on the outside, which we think maybe those that are responsible, like the Office of the Premier, Treasury, and maybe they will respond and try and assist you so that you complete the good work that you, since you started acting, we see the results coming through very urgently with this great team that we are having. Because alone you cannot do that, but this team I think is dedicated, and we are also dedicated to the work of the government. We really appreciate. That was just a comment, Chair. It's not a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Matlova. I think just to make it easy, I'll just go down the row if that's okay, because everybody put their hands up more or less the same time. Honourable Mbata, then Honourable Magabani, then Honourable Mbata, Honourable Dirks. I think that was it. Let's just deal with who's here and then we'll go to online. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Madlopa is putting me under pressure. He has gave too much credit. But it's a nature of myself. I still need to go deeper into some issues. Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, when we had a hearing with this department last year in October, on the 30th, I've been listening to that record because I went back to listen to it. I'm just analyzing this because there are two reports you sent. This report that you have gave to us, it was to give us clarity on the issues we had and the follow-ups that we said we must go and have a look on them. And then I saw the other report as well. But what tells me here, Honorable Chair, because I'm a very frank and straightforward person, it tells me that we have a correct acting HOD. Why I'm saying so, it's not giving us a report only, but it's giving us a report with clarity as to what we need to look at. We're not looking at a report and think what we're going to ask for. He gave us clarity first, then he gave us a report. Why I'm going there, Chair? Let me see. Last year on the 30th of October, I asked you a question. You were online. As to, can you measure this acting HOD? Because we want performance, not a person. We don't care who is it. I said, we want a performance. Somebody will give us what we want. We don't care who is it. I said, can you measure him? Does he give us what we want? The way we look at the reports? You sounded positive. And we can see with this report, every department that we call, Honorable Chair, we are asking, where is consequence management out of all the wrongs that are happening in the department? I think out of all those departments, this is the first department that gives us the consequence management report as to what has been done on what case and being specific. And that's what we want. MEC. There's somewhere I'm going, I'm just paving so that you can get an understanding. 30 days payment period. We know very well what affects it. It's the finance department. And this thing was raised even on previous report because that's what affected the outcome of the Auditor General's report. It was simply the 30 days period that affected that report. The department will have received a complete clean audit. Now it's coming back again. The acting HOD is clarifying it. Now he gave us an analysis month by month as to where to track and what to look for. It's not done by other departments. It's only done by this one. That's why I'm saying this acting HOD gave us a clear content as to what to look on these reports. He's giving us an analysis diagram that gives us the up and downs of the payments and all what is not paid and when, and the numbers on each month. That's what we want, clarity, because we are not in the department, but all our information is based on the reports. But now we are getting a clarified report as to where is this thing going to affect the department outcome on the AG's report. So what are the interventions of you as the MEC with the finance department to ensure that this acting HOD as an official with his team, they've done their job. They've gave us a clear analyzed report with a diagram as to where is the department going to be affected towards the results of the AG's report. What have you done as the MEC? So what are we saying, Chair? Do we not have a correct one? Because now we are not analyzing the report, we are analyzing a clarified content detailed report as to what to look for. What is your intervention, MEC, with the finance so that you can make things easy for these officials? Because they have done their job now. Now it's only left to you. So who to blame now? We'll move the post now. The goalpost will go straight to you as the MEC. We'll move it from the officials. Because it can show us now that they have done their job. What's your intervention? The consequence management, I've passed that one. And then the RT46, you're saying there have been interventions. The meetings that were happening, like bilateral meetings, to ensure that there's commitment even from the service providers. Can we ask the other departments to venture from this process? Because that's what we want. We are having a hell lot of problems from the health department because they did not go to these steps. So now they must come in now and take notes from what has happened to this department. Have they engaged with the service providers in their respective departments so that we can all confront the situation of vehicles being stuck in the repairs? So this thing needs to be practical now. We've got a detailed, clarified report that tells us where to go with this department. So what do we mean? Do we not have correct officials? Why I'm saying so, I'm worried. MEC, we received a whistleblower information. Very disturbing information. Very disturbing. Knowing your stance, we are always we are politicians, we listen to your stance in a political level, that you are accountable and public scrutiny and free, transparent leaders in your own party. But what we received doesn't speak what you always say. Doesn't speak what you always say. Due to the mere fact that I did give you a clue on the last hearing, I did give you a clue that we are aware of some certain irregular and unprofessional behavior in the department. I told you on the last hearing, I listened to that hearing again because I wanted to check what did I say on that. I told you that we don't want anyone from Joburg or somewhere because we knew we had a clue. Now, out of performance, Honorable Chair, this department wanna go a wrong way and be grabbed into a very dark position and dark area, but we are watching very close. We are watching the system. We are watching the moves. And we'll come back with a head on those moves, and say, here's a routine apple or routine potato in the department. So I was saying, Chair, I think we are in the right direction with this department. They're giving us clear reports. They're giving us clear way forward. They're giving us scrutinized reports and analyzed reports. So what do we want? As the Public Accounts Committee that looking after all the accounts in the departments, what do we want? We want this type of officials who won't hide things from us, who will also make things as easy to understand the reports and be able to take a clear decision. This is what we want. But somewhere, somehow, MEC, there are some actions in that department that we're not going to allow. We have taken note. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Magabane. Look, I thank you for your line of inquiry. I'm going to ask me to respond directly to you as we do it here in SCOPA. But I just want to caution members that if you have a personal allegation against an MEC, because the MEC is also a member of the House, you must just be mindful of the rules of you have to submit a substantive motion. But obviously, if it's a problem within the department and it's a public accounts related problem, I can assure you the gloves are off here and we get stuck in. So, yeah, Chairperson, sorry, MEC, would you like to respond to Honourable Magabane?
Just to clarify, Chair, I was cautioning them. There's no allegations, but they know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sure.
I think they will respond to it if they want to.
So the problem, Honourable Magabane, members, please let me chair and let's respect it. If you do not respect me, respect the chair position. No, it's not my co-chair. Members, this is not professional. Come on. The point is, if we have allegations, it's always helpful to the committee if there is an allegation. And you understand, Honourable Magabane, I've been here, I've done this sort of thing. I've dropped major bombshells in SCOPA before. So my point is, and I'm sure that Honourable Mayor will respond fully and maybe, address the elephant in the room. But the point is, if we're going to make allegations, let's put them out there and put them on record so that everybody knows what we're dealing with. When it's sort of vague and in the air, then we don't know what we're dealing with. Okay, but I can assure you this is a no-spin zone, to steal a phrase from a very unpopular talk show host. But the point is, we are here to get the truth, and so nothing will stand in the way of that. Thank you, Honourable MEC. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and I really thank Honourable Magabane for those two questions, and I think it's very important questions that need to be addressed, because otherwise it does become an elephant in the room, and elephants tend to trample things, and we don't like that. That was not an attack on the IFP, let me just be clear. As I said it, I realized I'm in trouble. Let me start with your first question, Honourable Magabane, on which interventions. Let me start by saying that, and I think this is unique to our department, and this is not an attack on other MECs. I have a weekly, at least 2-hour meeting with the HOD that we sit and he runs through everything that happened in the last week. So anything that happens in the department, I am well versed on, and we share information from my side and his side. That meeting is very important to us, and it's something that I think is one of the reasons you see this progress in this department, is because the political side and administrative side are working very, very closely together and know. So it would be rare, sometimes it will happen, but rarely they can ask me a question in my department and I can't answer you because my HOD has already briefed me in our weekly meetings. So which interventions have happened? I must partly disagree with the Honourable Member in that the problem doesn't purely lie with Treasury. The problem lies with our client departments, which is education, health, transport, agriculture, and all other departments. But mainly the education department. They were our biggest culprit when it comes to the 30 days. So much so they owed us a year and a half ago 732 million. We're down to 200 million now that the Department of Education owes. So that was the first intervention that we did, is we notified education that we are cancelling all contracts and no work will continue until they've paid us and no new work will be done. And they paid us. So that was the first intervention done, that I took that to Cabinet. I said, if education does not play ball with us, we can't keeping that money up and up and up. And education has then had very cordial meetings. It was a bit tense at times, but it was very cordial meetings. And now that payment system is done. The second intervention we then did is I met with Treasury together with the two HODs. And we asked Treasury that money from the client departments need to be ring-fenced. So once a project's approved, Treasury must tell us the money is available, and then it must be immediately ring-fenced. And Treasury agreed to our request there. The problem started that some monies are coming from national grants. And Treasury is telling us they can't ring-fence money from a national grant. They can only ring fence it's coming from the equitable share. Now, I'm not in the treasury. I build things and I paint them beige. That's what we do in public works. So that is a question that you need to ask the treasury. That's what they informed us, and HOD must correct me if I'm wrong, but they informed us. Sorry? So when money is coming from a national grant, so some of the infrastructure money to education and health comes directly from the national treasury as a national grant, or conditional grant, sorry. So the provincial treasury cannot ring fence that money because it doesn't fall under their control. They ring fence the money that comes from the equitable share, and that's what they've done. And I know the chairperson of the committee is also here, so they can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what we were told. So that's a challenge that we're now facing that we need assistance with, because that's part of our problem. Lastly, I've had since last year, I did make a note here, but since last year, June, I've had 4 separate meetings with the MEC of the Treasury, with the HODs present, where we keep raising these issues of the 30-day payment. And we've had a submission to Cabinet as well on my request. The department prepared a full submission to Cabinet, and we took a full submission to Cabinet on why are we not paying 30 days. And you'll be very happy to hear, Honourable Member, that we are now within 30 days with our contractors. Our challenge is the rates. We are not within 30-day rates. So when we score very low, that's because of the rates, not because of contractors. So our contractors are now being paid within 30 days. Our rates, I think we're not paying within 30 years. And that's a big challenge for us. But you are also very aware of the reason for that challenge is that we are underfunded. So of the 1.9 billion that we pay in rates, we only get 900 million. I'm obviously now just rounding off the numbers, but that's what we're getting in the budget. So we are underfunded in rates. So we just physically cannot pay within 30 days because the money doesn't exist in our account. Then let's get to the hard question, Honourable Chair. And that's what I'm here for, is to answer the hard questions regarding the HOD matter. I will once again point out that MECs don't appoint HODs. The Premier appoints HODs, and the Premier alone. There was a process, and there was a selection panel where the HOD candidates appeared. There were 3 candidates that appeared before this panel. The panel consists of myself, MEC Rogers, MEC Duma, and MEC Shinga. Was the 4 panel members, as well as the acting DG, which at that point is Mr. Nkubane. That was after Dr. Zulu vacated the post. That was the panel. The panel interviewed, scores were set, that was sent to the OTP. Premier's office deal with that. As we sit here, no HOD has been appointed yet. The process has been delayed on the side of the Premier's office. I've done what I do. I sat on the panel. We sent our recommendations to the Premier. I read the whistleblower's report. It came to me too. I informed the whistleblower as well that this needs to be investigated by the Treasury, not by Treasury, by OTP, because they manage this process, not us. But that I'm very happy to answer any questions that pertains to myself personally or the staff in our office. Now, I find it very difficult to answer allegations if no HOD has been appointed. Because how do I say, yes, we picked the wrong person or right person if we haven't picked anyone yet? That process hasn't completed yet. So once the HOD has been appointed, I'm very happy to come and appear before this committee, but I can't answer questions to something that hasn't happened yet, Chairperson. And I think that's also something important to remember. But I can also guarantee the Honourable Member this. I have an excellent working relationship with the acting HOD. And this group of people you see sitting here are some of the hardest working and best officials within the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal, if not the country. And I'm very aware that I know how it happens. When things go well, the MEC takes the praise. When things go badly, they blame the officials. That's how it's been working for many, many decades in this country and across the world. I won't do that. What I've done is not me. I just sign the documents. I read them. Don't worry, I read them before I sign them. But it's these officials that do all the hard work, and it's turning this department around. So I agree with you 100% on what we're about. And I have the utmost respect for what Dr. Govender has done in a year and a half in this department. I didn't know him when I appointed him as the acting HOD. I was only the MEC for 2 months when I appointed him as the acting HOD. The reason I appointed him, and I was very clear to him and to this committee before on this, just excuse me for a second. You're making me emotional. The reason I appointed him is because of his previous experience of being a municipal manager. So I knew he was a accounting agent before, and I wanted to appoint someone that's been an accounting agent, because I only had 3 chief directors at that point, and the other 2 hasn't been accounting officers. So I said, no, let me appoint the one that I know has been an accounting officer. And I got lucky, because I got someone that could do the job and doing the job extremely well. So obviously, I cannot speak on the outcome of that panel, chairperson, and I cannot speak on the decision of the Premier. I am hoping, and I had a meeting with the Premier last week, so I'm hoping that that will come to Cabinet for approval within the next week or 2, because it's also not fair to the team and to the acting HOD to be acting for this long. We want to formalize and stabilize these things. So I can't sit and say, who is my preferred candidate, chairperson? That would be very unfair to do. But I can tell you that I have the utmost respect for Dr. Govender, and he has my continued thanks for the hard work him and all the people you see in this room today is doing to turn this department around. I think that's as much as I can answer, chairperson, but if there is follow-up questions, I will take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Can I just clarify something quickly? So you can appoint an acting HOD, but the Premier appoints the permanent HOD?
No, acting HOD is also, I recommend.
Okay, so you just used the words, I appointed Dr.
I do apologize there. I recommended Dr. Govender.
All right, just so we're clear on that. Okay,
I do apologize. English is not my first language, chairperson.
No, okay, that's fine. As long as we understand. Sorry?
No, that's why I did not raise any questions around that. You understood what you were saying.
Yes, you understood. Okay, I thought you were going to impute impure motives. No, look, the bottom line is it's set down in law, but it's just like it's the same as the president. The president appoints director generals, and so the premier. So it's in our constitution. The MECs can't just act on their own. Okay. Do you have any follow-up questions, Honourable Magabane, from that, or can I go to Honourable Mbana?
No, I'll come back, Chair.
Okay,
later.
that's fine.
Other members continue.
Sure. Honourable Mbata?
Thanks, Chairperson. Greeting to yourself again, and the MEC and the acting HOD. But before I go to my questions or my comments, I just want to check with the MEC, and on this one, before I continue, the MEC probably answer or have a say on what I'm about to ask. So you did go through the entire whistleblower report, and there is a portion or there is a section that directly implicates you. So we haven't touched on that one. So if you can say something on that one before I continue with my questioning.
Chairperson, I just need your guidance on this, because that report hasn't appeared before this committee, and I don't know who've seen that report. So it's difficult for me to say something if. So I just need your guidance. I'm happy to answer. I just need your guidance on this, Chairperson.
Chair, before you can even come into that one, probably in the future, MEC, when the report has not been tabled here or it's not official, don't get into a temptation of answering some of the things that are in the report, because that will now leave you in a space where you are going to be questioned directly and you will fail to answer. But I'll leave that one. Chairperson, the resolutions of the SCOPA on public works, they were issued to the department, of course. One, they had each resolution contains a clear finding, a clear instruction, and a firm deadline of the 31st. And I think not only the public works, all the departments, probably we need to remind them that these resolutions are binding. That's where I want to start. Chairperson, let me begin by acknowledging a visible shift in the attitude of the department. You know, yesterday I went through the report. So I said to myself, if the department is performing like this, when you deal with them, you need to be thorough and proper in your engagement with them. But we really appreciate this is a clear engagement with this committee, better responsiveness, and a willingness to come and account. That matter in oversight. But I just wanna again comment on this one, and I want to place it on record that the accounting officer has stabilized that there were things that were previously collapsing. The reduction of the IDA balance from 900 million to 232 is not cosmetic. It reflects deliberate financial intervention. We really appreciate that acting HOD. Probably in the future, we won't be saying acting HOD. And the Premier must make sure that he is not making a mistake. If an acting individual is doing exceptionally well, why not bring him on board? Because the issue here, it's all about a government that is clean. That's what we need. Because a clean government will obviously give a service delivery to the people that are down there that have voted for us to be in this office. So that is why we need accounting officers who are sharp, who are good. That's what we need. And, you know, MEC, sometimes we, in this country, we differ politically. We differ ideologically. We differ in many things. And the way we differ, sometimes police will come in to escort us because there will be no one who's sitting, and we won't be seeing new faces because you said yourself, this is an amazing team. So keep the amazing team. Speak with even if you have a private meeting with the Premier to say, but Premier, you know what, I don't know what is your plan, but I want this to be. You see, on a lighter note. No, it's not even about that. Now, Chairperson, what is encouraging is that consequence management is no longer theoretical. Officials have been charged, final warning issued, and recovery processes initiated. That signals a department beginning to respect the PFMA. That's another problem that we're facing with the government department. They don't respect the PFMA. And that is why this country is facing serious challenges when it comes to corruption. Because when it comes to PFMA, they put it aside. And they do as they want. Of historical unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure from over 500 million to 21. It is a significant cleanup exercise. It shows intent to close old wounds instead of hiding them. These are the things that we are expecting. And I'm not saying, MEC, you guys are doing things 100% well. And we will highlight where there are shortfalls. You know, the chairperson on a B of SCOPA says that means you have an interest. We don't have an interest. When there are problems, we will identify problems. And when a department is doing well, we'll say the department is doing well. We are not here to please any egos, and whether people are having interest or not, when something is wrong, and when something is right. So it must not be what's the word? It must not be seen as if we are interested in anything. You know, we're not. I mean, some of us have been in politics, and we're not gaining anything, and we don't care. But when something is right, and when something is wrong. If there's a department where, when they come here and then we see that this thing is wrong, we'll say it out loud that this is wrong. But what interests me the most, Chairperson, through you, is where you see a department that came in with a lot of challenges, and when they come back, they've improved. So we need to focus on that, to say they've improved. But if there are shortfalls or if there are challenges here and there, some of us will even write letters to them to say, MEC, what's happening here? But we'll meet you in SCOPA. And we are not afraid to do that. I mean, Chairperson, you see what happened last year on the 15th. We were removed by the police, so we are not afraid of anything. Now, this frames the MEC and the accounting officer as repairing inherited damage. And then I think on the last one, focus. My advice to the accounting officer, the acting, going forward is simple. You must protect these gains. Institutionalized systems, so progress does not depend on personalities. Department collapses when reforms are person dependent. And then I think I wrote one last line, and then I don't know what happened with it because it's important. By the way, Dr. Biela must know that we write. We don't come to SCOPA without writing, and we read, and we enjoy reading, because sometimes they will be mistaken that we don't read. We read, and we give ourselves time to do those things. Oh yes, other one. MEC, there's something that you said earlier. I don't know where I wrote this, but anyways, because it has vanished because of BL, it's fine. I'll come back with it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, I'll come to you now. Members, I just want to remind you that we have another engagement at 11:30. So if we can just keep our questions to, I have no objection, you know me, to get stuck in, but if we can maybe not make long speeches, maybe just Honourable Dirks knows this from his SCOPA time. Let me tell you, 4 or 5 well-positioned questions that really go to the heart of the thing are very powerful. So let's go to Honourable Mkhize, then Honourable Dirks. Oh, sorry, Honourable MEC. Can I ask your response to just a brief as well, please?
I will keep it very brief. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Your follow-up.
I think the matter that I do need to address on those comments, and thank you for those comments, and I think I agree with you 100% on all of them. And one of the things that I think public don't always know is that what happens in the big room there is for show. What happens in here is the real work, and here we always respect each other. I've never, even when I sat in opposition benches, have a situation where the opposition and the MECs fight. It's about working together, and I respect all members from all the parties for what happens in this committee, as I do in the Public Works Committee. The matter of the acting, I think, is something that needs to be addressed, Chairperson, as all the acting positions that you see here, and it is a point of continuous frustration because the process of appointment has become tedious, unfortunately. Now that we have get permission from first Treasury, that takes a long time, then OTP, and only then can we advertise. But I must also say there are 2 cases, and that's in the matter of the CFO and of the head of legal services, that we've just made a decision to re-advertise purely because of the number of candidates, and we thought, no, we want a big pool so that we make sure we pick the right people. So those 2 was not a delay on their side, that's a delay on our side because we said we didn't get a good enough pool of people to make a right decision. So that's re-advertised as head of legal services and CFO. And I think you'll agree those 2 is key for us exactly for the reasons you've given, that we don't want reforms to be person-centered. It needs to be institutionalized. And that's why we want to make sure those 2 positions are key for the reforms of this department, the CFO and legal services. And that's why we're doing that. I'll end up by saying, Honourable Makubane said earlier about the clues he gave me last year. So I'm hoping the honourable members also listen to the clues I'm giving them when I say that the HOD, and I can just repeat it, the acting HOD has my full trust and my full support in this department. Thank you.
Right. Can I just, Makubane, sorry, can you please respect me? I'm chairing, Honourable Makubane. I'm going to come, sorry, Honourable, I'm going to come to you right now. What I want to ask you, Honourable MEC, is we are normally due to see you in the next season, which probably will be October. Do you think there's a fair chance that you'd have a completer picture for us by then in terms of all these acting positions? Does that give you enough time?
So our chief director for ITM, I always get that thing wrong, IMTS, is interviewing today as we speak. So that one is happening as we speak. CFO and legal services out for advertisement, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Khan. We have a DDG position because of a retirement that's happening. So that's not vacant yet, but we've already started that process because we're trying to prevent vacancies from happening going forward. So I am very confident that the next time you meet, barring any other retirements or resignations, that these current ones will be filled next time we meet, yes.
Okay, at least we've got some sort of timeline. Honourable Matlopa, I've got other members waiting, but if you have something very urgent, I'll let you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry for that, Chair. No, one was requesting that because when we come to the meeting, we are given reports that we focus at. Yes, the others that are coming maybe can be requested to be presented in the next meeting. Deliberating on the whistleblower report that we don't know. So I was thinking that the chair will protect us and said we request that report to come in the next meeting. So this is my proposal, Chair, that report, in order for us to deliberate on it, it's presented before this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to rule on it. I was asked to rule on it, and then it was withdrawn, so I didn't rule on it. But I fully agree with you. Members, we should never deliberate on any documents that are not before us. Otherwise, we're dealing with speculation. So I'll make that ruling now, that if we're going to deliberate on something, we have to have the documents in front of us. And if it imputes any sort of wrongdoing against a member of the House, we will have to consult the Speaker on the right procedure there, because there the rules speak about a substantive motion. We've got to be very careful about that. So yeah, let's get this whistleblower report. I don't know who's got it. We certainly don't have it. MEC, you say that you have it. Are you able to release it to the committee?
Chairperson, members of your committee have it, but if I do receive it later, then I'm obliged, and I will do so, yes. And I've got nothing to hide at all.
All right, members, then I think there's no reason for cloak and dagger. Mr. Mkulazi, will you please write to the department and formally request the whistleblower report, which was referred to on...
Of public, so my apologies, of Public Works. Either way. Two questions. Well, before questions, Honorable MEC, congratulations on handling the department together with the HOD. I don't see any reason why I still call him acting. We've said this all over again for more than a year. Anybody else outside of this may say that. One, the same report that the chairs requested, your name has been mentioned from the whistleblower, Honorable MEC, through you, Chair. You may not be able to respond now, it's fine, but your name has been mentioned to have met with one of the candidates.
So you see, Honorable Mkhize, now you are basically making representations from that whistleblower report. And I've just made a ruling that we can discuss it at length when we have that report.
I'm not.
Honorable Mkhize, when you say, Honorable MEC, you are named in the report, you are discussing the detail of the report.
I haven't discussed anything yet. I'm only highlighting what was out in the public.
You know what, even your member there is advising you to desist.
Oh,
can we just not discuss this report? Member, I'm just, I don't want to close things down, but let's rather discuss something that's in front of us. Please.
Well, Chairperson, let me close it this way, the way you want it to be.
I want to err on the side of caution, Honourable Member. I'm not saying we can't.
For now. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Is that as you have requested Mr. Cabo to request a report, we are waiting to see this injustice to this nonsense that has been out there in the public domain. We are waiting. It was addressed to us, if it's true or not, but with facts. Hence, this is the reason why I am saying or asking the MEC through you, Chair, as well as the head of ministry, written in that whistleblower report involving this thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I also can reiterate that if you have it, there's no reason why you can't share it with the committee. But anyway, we'll do it officially. We'll request it from the MEC, but any one of you can share it with Mr. Mkonazi. Okay, Honourable.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
The Honorable MEC said does not have a problem to give a report, but now we are continuing to discuss a report that we are saying we are requesting it to be tabled in a meeting, and then we then discuss it when all of us have that report. It's unfair for us.
No,
because it's something that we don't.
I think Chairperson Honorable Mkhize was supposed to tell the House that he wrote to the MEC. And that's why he speaks about it, because he's supposed to say, I wrote to the MEC about this serious allegation that implicate two people, the MEC and one member that sits here. Serious wrongdoing. He's supposed to just say that. And that report must go to Public Works for discussion, not yet to SCOPA. But I think Honorable Mkhize is supposed to state that. That's why he have a right to speak about it here, because he wrote to the MEC. So that's why he had a right to speak here. But I think he did not mention that. But anyway, I'm not here to discuss that. I'll do it very, very quick here. But it's related to this thing here, but I'll be very quick. You see, Chair, all the people sitting in front of me, I don't know them. I've never ever had a conversation with them in person like this, one-on-one, or even telephonically. I never only know the MEC. I know none of the people here. And all the things I know about the team in front of me is what I hear from the MEC. The MEC say they are very good, and in the reports I pick up from the AG's report, it seems like they're doing a good job. But I will not applaud the members here, the team here, as all the other members was praising them. I will not praise them. What I want to say to the MEC, and this is directed to the MEC and to all other political parties here. You see, as Umkhonto sees, our concern is about the professionalization of what's happening. And I think the MEC of Finance did not understand what I meant, because his response was that I said officials must be involved in politics. No, it's not what I'm saying when I say you must understand the political landscape. Because you see, this is the problem that we have in this province and in the country. Governments change. Different political parties come into government. And when they come in, we should not change officials, but officials get changed because the public service is not professionalized. So we will come in and we'll change. So MEC, it's in the interest of the province and the interest of all political parties that when we put a team in place in your department, it must be a proper team that's professionalized. So when I'm going to assist, we come in, we must not remove officials. We must be able to work with those officials. Doesn't matter which political party comes into government, whether it's the IFP or whoever, because the IFP seems like they can win the province outright. So they will come in and they must not be able to say, we'll change his officials, because his officials, they like this or like that, but politically they're doing this, leaning to a certain direction. The public service must be professionalized so that when we even come in as Umkhonto, we don't have to change any of the officials. We must just be able to work with them. And that will help us to grow and build this province. And the AG will not have this kind of findings against us. And this is what I want us to strive for. We may disagree as political parties on politics, but let us agree on professionalizing the public service. And these serious allegations that are currently before the MEC, That is not professionalized. That allegations will not professionalize the public service. So MEC, I'll leave it into your hand, MEC. We don't need no investigations. And leave it in your hands. You know what is the right thing. You do the right thing, MEC. So I want us to leave it there. Thank you very much.
MEC.
Thank you so much. And it's good to see that, and I always say that, you know, everybody has things in common. So it's good to see even MKP and the DA has things in common, because we say the same thing about the professionalization of the department and of all departments. And I can guarantee the honourable member, and he can ask the officials when I'm not present, of all these people sitting here, I don't know the membership card of any of them. Never asked him, never will ask him. I don't know. I always say to the department, and they've heard me say this many times, the only person in a public works meeting where people need to know who has got a party membership is me. Only my party membership is known. And that's how it should be, and I'm a firm believer in that. So I take those words to heart, honourable member. I think you are absolutely 120% correct, and that's what we're going forward. I can just say again, to not circumvent the ruling of the chairperson, I've got absolutely nothing to hide when it comes to that report, and I would welcome actually to clear my name on it, because my principles and my good name is all I own in this life. It's what I came into this world with, and that's what I'm going to leave with by the time I die, and it's very important to me. And that's why I would be honored actually to sit and clear my name on those allegations. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm now going to give the opportunity, Honourable Barilla, if you don't mind, to the members online. I believe that there are no hands online. Okay, so to Honourable Barilla.
No, thanks, Chair. Firstly, I wanted to apologize for arriving late. I just have clashes today, Chair, with meetings. But officially, Chair, on record, I wanted to appreciate the healthy relationship that I see between the MKP and the DA. It must go on record, Chair. We appreciate it. It's healthy for our government. No, yeah, no, Chair. I think formally, Chair, I think I also want to join in the appreciation of the work that is being done by the department and the HOD, but also, Chair, caution a bit on how far our role as SCOPA goes insofar as the appointments are concerned. I know that we may joke about the fact that the acting HOD is now the HOD, and those things go on record. I think the acting HOD has done excellent work, which we highly appreciate collectively, the MEC and the team. But just a younger caution on how we put things on paper for record purposes, Chair, because ultimately SCOPA does not want to be seen as encroaching on the appointments, because it can also then backfire in the future. You know, God forbid, when the HOD is now underperforming and SCOPA is being, you know, conflicted in a sense that the SCOPA recommended, the SCOPA encroached. At this point, Chair, the SCOPA appreciates the good work being done by the acting HOD, and I feel like that's where the full stop must come in. Thank you.
Members, if I can just quickly comment on this, I've got no questions for the department, but you must always remember, as members of SCOPA, we are guided by one piece of legislation, and primarily, and that is the Public Finance Management Act. It is within that framework that the Auditor General works. So the Auditor General says, okay, here's Public Works, here's the PFMA. And they look at that to see if there's compliance with the PFMA. And then they tick a couple of boxes and they say, are the statements fairly presented? Do they present a fair, okay? Is there fruitless and irregular and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure? And they go through all those tick boxes. And then if you've ticked all those correctly, we say, right, you've got a so-called clean audit, but it's actually an unqualified audit. That's the correct term. Okay? And then they may say, well, you've got unqualified, but with findings, because we're concerned about item 1, 2, 3. And so where you'll find that the AG makes comment about vacancies is when they identify a threat that having so many vacant positions will impede the implementation of the Public Finance Management Act. And that is where our responsibility as SCOPA starts and ends. Okay, so we've got to say, look, we're concerned, as we are, that there are so many acting positions, creates instability. Does that affect your ability to implement the Public Finance Management Act? And that's exactly, you're right, Honourable Biela, that's our remit. There are lots of things to be discussed here today that are actually the remit, as Honourable Dirk said, of the Public Works Committee. But I have no problem, once we receive this report and once we circulate it, the MEC has got nothing to hide, that if the members feel strongly that you want to call a follow-up hearing with the department to discuss this report, we can certainly do that. I'm guided by the committee, but we must, we could sit here literally, because we are, and people don't like this term, because we're kind of like a super committee, because we look at the whole of government. Yeah, but when you use that term, people get very grumpy. You think you're more important. But the point is, we are a committee that looks at the whole of government. But we've got to be very, very careful that we don't start doing the work of all the other committees. Let's stick to public accounts, and public accounts is guided by the Bible, which is the PFMA. So I think if we use those as our lodestars, we won't stray off into other areas. And that's also why I ask visiting members to stick to, you'll remember in the past, I said, please stick to public accounts issues. Don't bring public, your portfolio committee's arguments here. You can have that in your committee. You have lots of opportunities for that. Otherwise, we get deflected and we're all over the place. So, members, okay, Honourable Mbati, you've got a follow-up?
No, on the lighter note, Chairperson, you must tell the doctor that sometimes it's good to make political statements in SCOPA. Just saying, because he doesn't have that understanding, since he's having some smaller committee somewhere. Tampomus.
So I'd just like to share two things with you. First of all, so my foundation phase in SCOPA was in the National Assembly with, I believe, I will say this to the day I die, a very wise SCOPA chair, Themba Gordy. Okay? Themba Gordy is a very, very sharp man. And sometimes you'd see him in a hearing sitting like this, almost looking like he's half asleep. And then at the end, he'd go, pa, 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 pa. And I learned a lot from him. And I was guided by him. The two things are, first of all, on the issue of that document, the disputed document, I remember a hearing where I'd got whistleblower information that showed a police supplier with brigadiers and generals at Man United, Old Trafford, taking them for a day out. And I dropped that bombshell there with photographs. But I will tell you that I informed the chair I was going to do it, and all the members had the information that I had before I did it. They all agreed that I could do it because it was my info, but they all had it. So that is a discipline that we should never ever forget. The second point I can't remember right now. Members, are there any other questions for the Department of Public Works? Oh, sorry, Honourable Nair has a question online. I do apologise, Honourable Nair. When we previously looked, we didn't see your hand, and then we saw it. Please, no disrespect intended. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies. I didn't have my hand up because I thought you'd come to the virtual platform in the end. My question, Chair, is on the Archibus fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We see in the report that determination testing is in progress, that 4 officials receive final written warnings, and recovery has been referred to the state attorney. But the timeline is uncertain. I'd like for the department to just comment on that and just explain to us what the recovery plan is, possible deadlines, and at what point will they pursue condemnation versus full recovery? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Naya. Before it disappears out of my head, and I hope you've noted that question from Honourable Naya. Sorry, the second point I want to make is, members of SCOPA, we've got to realise something. When we have these officials in front of us, all of our focus should be towards them. We're holding them accountable. When we joke amongst ourselves and we grandstand and we make, you know what we're doing? That's every second or every minute that they're not answering questions. You know what I'm saying? And they sit there going, hey, these guys are they're funny, you know? And this is great. Carry on for 5 minutes. Look, we love to watch them argue amongst themselves because they're not hitting us. So I just keep that in mind, that when we're doing this sort of thing, it's fun, we laugh, but they're not getting put under pressure when we're busy with that. So just keep that in mind. I can't stop you, but keep that in mind. We're not holding them to account. Okay, right. Who's going to answer that question from Honourable?
Sorry, Chair, without interrupting, they must watch us when we deal with other departments. It's just that this one is working very well.
No, that's good.
They must have a look at us.
Yeah. I'm just, like Honourable Ngoyi guided me, I'm trying to do the same. I'm trying to pass it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson.
Acting HOD.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the members again. Thank you, Honourable Naya, for your question. Chair, when it comes to recoveries, unfortunately, that's a matter between, it's a matter of court, and it will depend on whether we can go ahead with the recoveries. The problem you have in the public sphere, and you captioned it correct as well, is that when officials act, they don't act in their private capacity. But when there's a Public Audit Act, and when it's an MI defined as such, it then gives us leverage to go to a court and seek an order. You will note as well, Honourable Naya, that the Auditor General has raised a punitive order against one of the city managers at a particular municipality. And that's why the amendment of the Public Audit Act did take effect. The difficulty we have, and I don't know whether the State Attorney appears here or at which committee, the time taken with them is purely legislated by their procedures, and they also have challenges because they have to go through the 3-court system, they have to appoint people, and somewhere along the line, Honourable Chair and Honourable Naya, somewhere we've tried to also meet with them, and we referred to the Solicitor General in Pretoria, and you try to get all of him or her, it's an acting person, and then next week it's changed, and I mean, it's just a problem. But what we've done is we've said to the local office, we've said to them, please prioritize these, even though it's a civil case, it will take some time. But if there's merits and there's prima facie and we can move ahead, then prosecute those people or issue them summons and then get the monies back. So in terms of timeframes, Chair, we bound, obviously we required within this financial year, but the matter could take a year, 2 years, 3 years, or the matter may come back with an opinion saying, well, we tried. The funds that we need to recover is, I think this time around, it's about 7 million, and the legal fees would be 14 million. It's not proper. We're going to write it off. So that's also an option as well. But the second part of it is the 47 million, which we declared the entire thing. Now that, obviously, the legal fees can't come to that. So that's still in the process of a determination test, which is in accordance with Section 38 of the PFMA as well. So that's where we are with that, Chair. But timeframes, Chair, I'm hoping State Attorney gives us that go ahead and they start the whole process. But again, our courts are inundated. The rolls are long. It has to go through a civil court as well. I mean, that we're in the hands of the Justice Department, Chair. Thank you. I don't know if they appear yet, Chair.
Thank you, Acting HOD. Are there any comments from the AG or POC at this point? It's not a target. If you don't have anything, it's fine.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Chair, it is just to indicate to this committee that HOD, we are still awaiting those engagements. We are willing to engage on the 30 days. We haven't stamped it with this is it, so we can have continuous engagements. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I hope you don't approve what they're asking for because we like to see them every year. I'm saying that as a joke. Park, is there any contribution there?
Nothing urgent at the moment. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Obviously, we will be following through in our meetings. I think we are meeting as the department in the next 2 weeks to validate also some of the reports and the progress that's being shared with the committee. And hopefully for the next appearance, there will indeed be greater progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Park. And I'm reliably advised that Honourable Mayor does attend those park engagements. Is that correct?
I have, Honorable Chair, I have reported, I think in my last appearance, that Honorable Mayor was one of the few MECs that we engaged with after all our park meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's something for the committee to note. The MECs that do engage with park, because members, audit risk committees are so pivotal and are literally, the conscience of government, because they hold you responsible all that time. And they hold you accountable all the time. Weekly, daily, there's irritating people who do that. AG come in once a year and have a look. But the park is the one that walks the path with you the whole way, as well as Treasury if you ask for their assistance. So we as SCOPA must be asking departments, how often do you engage with park? How often do you engage with Treasury? And we were informed, I remind you, in October, that a lot of departments do not engage with Treasury. They do not actually sit down with Treasury and say, how do we do this? How can we work this out? And often there's a correlation between those that don't and those that are in trouble. Members, I think we're done then for this engagement. I thank you very much for all your questions. MEC in your department, thank you very much for the good work you're doing. Please continue. As I say, we want every department that appears before us and entity to succeed. So we wish you well in your way. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks. Bye-bye. Members, we are running a bit late. I'm going to ask community safety to come in at 12 o'clock. Let's start. I'll give you a 10-minute comfort break, but please let's start. At 12, we're half an hour late, but we can get through that quickly and then we can have lunch and then transport this afternoon. All right, honourable members, thank you very much for being back here relatively on time. We appreciate that. We now welcome the Department of Community Safety, which resides under the Office of the Premier. Thank you very much for attending here today. We do apologise for the lateness of the start of the meeting. Unfortunately, we just dragged on a bit with Public Works, but we are with you now. So I don't think it's necessary to record attendance and apologies now. We know who's here. I would just like maybe the members just to introduce themselves to the colleagues on the right, and then we'll do the same on that side, and then we'll get started. Yes, Honourable Dirks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to ask you to please excuse me. I will be back for transport. I just need some other commitment that I have to attend to now, but I'll be back for transport. My name is Marvin Dirks. I'm a member of SCOPA. And Chairperson, I just want to, before I leave, I just want to find out where is the political head of this division here.
Thank you for raising that, Honourable Dirks. The political head is the Premier. We've received a apology. I'm advised by Kabul we've received an apology. Did you say it was emailed to me? Okay. I've received an apology. Kabul, can you just help us as to what the content of the apology was? Because I've not actually seen it myself. Perhaps I missed it. Absolutely, I agree. All right, are you going to flight it? I can't even see that. Members, can we circulate the apology? Then we can have a separate discussion about. I don't want to slow down the business of the day. The point is the political head has sent an apology. I do agree that we preferably would always like the political head to be here, because the political head has to give the marching orders to the department. But life's not perfect, so let's just move on from that. Right, okay, so Honourable Dirks, you've introduced yourself. In fact, can I help? Honourable Mkhize, if you could just raise your hand. That's Honourable Mkhize there, and Honourable Mbata, Honourable Magubani, Honourable Madlopa. We have our committee researcher, Ms. Gumede. We have our committee legal eagle, stroke researcher, stroke very useful person, Mr. Bezaidnote, our uber organized Mr. Mkonazi, and I am your loyal servant, Tim Browder said, Chair of SCOPA. So if I can just ask you to introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Greetings, Honourable Chairperson and the Honourable members of the SCOPA and my colleagues. My name is Noktula Kanyile. I'm acting head of department for community safety and liaison. Probably maybe for me also to save time, I have Ms. Makanya, who's the Chief Director Corporate Services, and then Ms. Ntokozo Mkunu, Chief Director for Provincial Secretariat for Police, Mr. Mbesa, who's the Head of Ministry, and there is Ms. Blankenberg, who's the Director for Risk Management, and that is Ms. Mkhize, who is the Deputy Director for Internal Control. And then I have Advocate Chris Vaniker, who is Director Legal Services. And then I have Ms. Denduli, who is the PLO, based in the Office of the Premier, but also supporting the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Before we get to your, sorry, AG, apologies.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself. Sorry. Oh.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, acting HOD and the senior management from the department. I am Nombulelo Ngoma, the stakeholder manager at the HSA.
Good afternoon, honourable members. Chair, Zifa Moyo, audit manager at HSA.
All right. I would also like to just welcome and just Honorable Nair is online. Honorable Ngoyi is online. Ms. Giorgio from Park is with us. Any other honorable members still online? Honorable Bumpercash? No. Okay. So that's who's here today. All right. So you are here today. You are community safety and liaison, and we asked you to obviously respond to the various resolutions that were tabled last year, which I've seen you've done. We've received your report. Members, if you look at the report, you will see page 16 to 20 is a breakdown of SAPS vehicles. Unfortunately, it came in a PDF format, and it's very difficult to read. But I believe as we're speaking, we're going to receive that schedule in Excel format, so we can look at it easily, and it'll be distributed to members. So when you get to the RT46 section of your report, we can have a look at that. But also there, members, it's going to be available to all of you so that you can really dig into the detail there and see. Because remember, there are 3 departments primarily. It looks like this RT46. I'm reminding us every time we have an engagement. It's primarily health, transport in terms of transport, and obviously learner transport, education, and then obviously now community safety and liaison isn't actually the police. That was made clear to us, but I asked, and I'm very grateful to you, to ask the department to engage with the police to find out what their challenges are, and that's what's being presented to us. So I'm just raising the issue because this is the stuff we really want to look at. Okay. All right. I will now ask that we are going to, who do you anticipate is going to be speaking on behalf of the department? Yourself and CFO or anybody else? And legal services. Okay, can I please ask you, as you know, this is SCOPA, we have to swear you in. You're familiar with this. So those that are going to be sworn in, if any other people speak, we'll swear them in at the time. I just ask, if you want to take the affirmation, you just say, I hereby affirm that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and that's it. Or if you want to take the oath, you say, I hereby swear that I shall tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Okay, it's your choice of oath or affirmation. Can we just get that done, and then we will proceed. Please make sure you raise your hand as well. Thank you.
No, Chairperson, I'll also ask Director of Risk Management also.
Okay.
My name is Noctula. I hereby swear that.
So your full name, please.
Sorry, my apologies. My name is Noctula Gladness Kanyile, acting head of Department for Community Safety and Liaison. I hereby swear that I'll speak the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Who's next? Okay. Please turn the microphone on and please speak clearly into the microphone. Thank you.
My name is Nosisa Gladness Blankenberg. I swear that I will speak the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Christoffel van Niekerk. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just ask that when we contribute to the meeting today, we speak in a nice, clear voice? Don't be nervous or anything like that. Please just speak, because it's on record. It's a bit noisy here with this aircon. We just want to be able to hear what you're saying. So put the microphone in front of the mouth and speak clearly. And I think the microphone, just turn it on. Okay, and then can I give you maximum 20 minutes to go through your report? And then obviously I'll take questions from the members. Okay, please, let's go.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And again, I would like to greet all the honorable members, my colleagues from the department and the legislature. I'm going to present the responses by the Department of Community Safety to the resolutions as they were made by the SCOPA. I must apologize, Chairperson, but I think my voice is clear enough. I'm just a little bit fluish. Yes, but I will try my best. Chairperson, on resolution 74 of 2025 on the irregular expenditure for the financial year 2024 2025, we want to report the progress which is on page 2 as follows. We have 5 cases for 2024-25 that we are currently busy with. The first one is an amount of 30,000 rands, 30,734 rands, 64 cents. The root cause being the kilometers exceeding 2,500 threshold that were not approved by the head of department. What we have done as the department is that there was an audit that was conducted by the Provincial Internal Audit Services, which is located in the Provincial Treasury. And subsequently, within the department, there was a review that was done, which confirmed 148,337 18 cents in excess payment. And then our departmental internal control unit further identified 4.1 thousand in separate assessment period, which then caused an increase. We're reporting that the disciplinary action has been taken against 5 officials implicated. 3 actions have been finalized and 2 are scheduled to be completed by February 2026. There is no identified basis for laying criminal charges, and the assessment is currently underway in respect of civil recoveries. The second case in page 3 is an amount of 9,717 rand 26 cents relating to the subsistence and travel. The discrepancies that were identified between business travel distance claimed. And we are reporting that on assessment, it was determined that the official was authorized to sign, in this matter, the claim form appeared to have been signed by an official who was not on duty. On assessment, it was determined that the official was authorized to sign the documents for her directorate during that period. The claim approval does not constitute irregular expenditure. The transaction has since been removed from the register after that determination. And then the third one is, which is a large amount of 11 million, which is an expenditure not approved at appropriate levels as per the departmental PFMA delegations. In this case, the department has requested for assistance and guidance from the Provincial Treasury, which subsequently consulted the National Treasury. And National Treasury, through the Provincial Treasury, they have since responded on the 26th of January 2026, concluding and guiding the department that the transaction was not approved, which was not approved at appropriate levels constitute irregular expenditure. The department will then start the process of conducting determination tests for this transaction, which we are anticipating that it will be completed by June 2026. At this stage, there is no disciplinary action taken, criminal nor civil recoveries, because the matter is work in progress. On the next page, we are reporting on the 4th case of 22,439 rands 95 cents, which is the root causes mandatory information technology goods not procured through CETA, and the CETA, which is a state agency that is acting as a procurement agent for government. Also, in this case, the department consulted CETA and the National Treasury through the Practice Note 5 of 2025, which indicated that the maintenance of software infrastructure is non-mandatory for CETA procurement. It was then concluded that the transaction does not constitute irregular expenditure and has since been removed from the register. The fifth and the last case is also a second biggest amount of 4.4 million rands, which is the root cause is the participation contract quantification of items and value on the participation. In this case, the Provincial Treasury advice confirmed that the department had not contravened the regulation. As a result, the transaction has been removed from the register. On page 5, we are responding to the next resolution relating to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the financial year 24-2025. Our responses are on page 6. We are responding in relation of 8 cases. The first one being 24,921 rands 90 cents, where we have a possibility of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred due to the advertisement of volunteers in the department. And we have received a legal opinion on this matter and through the Loss Control Committee that sat in December, where the decision was taken that this amount is irrecoverable because of the prescription. It happened 3 years prior. So then this amount has been removed from the register. The next one is on the SNT, subsistence and traveling expenditure, the inflation of SNT kilometers. The amount is 94,000, which was confirmed also by the Provincial Treasury's Internal Audit Unit. The Internal Control Unit of the department, they conducted an assessment and further identified 9,925 rands for the balance of the year. And the process is underway in respect of the disciplinary of the affected officials, and then the criminal and the civil recovery are also in the process of being determined. The third case is the tools of trade procurements and paid by the department, which is amounting to 2.3 million, which was assessed and also referred to the Premier's Office of the Premier's Forensic Investigation Unit. And the amount has been included in the register and reported to the Treasury. The progress is that the implementation of the forensic investigation recommendation is underway, and we are anticipating that we'll complete the process by the 31st of March 2026. Fourth case is total payment made which exceeded the contract value without evidence of approved variation. That is 1,000 rand. And with that matter, we have completed the processes of disciplinary in respect of the 5 officials from the finance unit. Case number 5 is the delay in the handing over of stationery to Amakosi, which is the rubber stamps for Amakosi being the commissioners of oath, amounting to 17,446 rands. We are saying here the determination test concluded that there were financial losses, and the matter has been referred to the Departmental Legal Services for determination of liability. And we're anticipating to complete that exercise in the 4th quarter. And we want to also indicate that the handing over of the stationery to Amakosi will be done also before the end of the financial year. The same issue on the next page, item number 6, and this one is relating to 1,188 rands. And this matter is under assessment, and the Internal Control Unit is in consultation with the end user, but also was saying, combined like with the previous one, that we will be handing over in the 4th quarter. The case number 7 is 691 rand, which is payment exceeding the original quoted amount. In this one, we have finalized the processes of implementation of consequence management, where disciplinary action has been taken against 5 officials. And then case number 5, which is the last one under this category, is an amount of 177,776 rand, which is the overpayment of the volunteers, the PWP volunteers. With this one, the disciplinary action process has been concluded in respect of the 3 officials, and the processes for recovery is underway in respect of the volunteers that benefited. On page number 9, we are reporting on the 3 cases that have been subjected to forensic investigation, where we are utilizing the services of the Office of the Premier Forensic Unit. There are 3 cases. The first one, the report has been handed over to the department, which is FR 007 of 2020, relating to the irregular procurement of security and cleaning contracts for between the periods 2017-2018 and 2019-2020. This affects officials that are in the department. One official SMS member, senior management, who is in the department, and then there's another one who has since moved to the Department of COGTA, and also there's another one also who has been, the third one who has been out of the system. We want to report that we have initiated the first. Let me account for the colleague who is currently in the Department of COGTA, the transfer happened prior to the forensic report being released. We are in contact with the Department of COGTA, and the report has been handed over to the department so that they can institute disciplinary action from that side. And the disciplinary action in respect of one official that has been who remains in the department has been initiated and is scheduled to be finalized by end of the 4th quarter. And then one official, as I indicated, is no longer in the system or in the public service. Chairperson, we want to indicate that during the interrogation of the forensic report by the forensic unit, is that we identified that there was no overpayment on the security contracts, but there was one in the cleaning contract amounting to 12,000 rand. And we are going to be meeting with the forensic investigation unit during the course of this week so that we engage further on this one. The second one and the third one, the draft reports have been submitted to the department. The first, FR 02 of 2024, is regarding an irregular expenditure of 144,700 rands for the Umgababa Sports Against Crime event, which occurred on 15 and 16 December 2023. And there was a recommendation that there needs to be disciplinary action against 2 officials of the department. There are certain issues that we want to discuss with the forensic unit of the Office of the Premier, where we found that in the analysis of the report and the basis of the finding, when we analyzed the report, we couldn't find any basis for the disciplinary action. So we want to engage further with the department, with the Office of the Premier, same as the third one on FR 03 2024, where it's talking about 5.1 million in respect of the safety structures, tools of trade, where there was a recommendation that we blacklist 2 former SMS members and the disciplinary action against 1 SMS member. This report was issued to the department in September 2025. The report has been analyzed, and the basis for the findings of the irregular expenditure listing the former officials and suppliers could not be confirmed. As I've indicated, that we want to have an engagement with the colleagues from the Office of the Premier so that we can be assisted in the process of the implementation of the findings. And in respect of the resolution regarding the SIU investigations, in page number 12, we are reporting, Honorable Chairperson, that this resolution is not applicable to the department. And then the last resolution regarding the RT46 fleet management, as Honorable Chairperson has indicated, that we have, as the department, submitted the spreadsheet of the information that we have obtained from the South African Police Services. And on page 14, we're indicating that the issues that were raised by the SEPs relating to their participation in this contract, obviously, like we also reported in the department, vehicles is the delays by West Bank, who is the service provider under RT 46, in the granting of the authorization when vehicles are booked for repairs, maintenance, and entire replacement, which could have been completed within 2 days, but it takes longer. And the service providers submit quotations on time, but it takes up to 10 days process for the quotations to be processed due to the delays by West Bank. I think it's the same narrative as we presented when we were in the sitting last time. And obviously, this impacts on service delivery by the South African Police Services in the fight against crime, and also the public image. So is the confidence of the community in the to the South African Police Services, as people always raise this issue. And we want to report that this matter is being discussed at an executive level, noting that South African SAPS is a national competence, but as a Department of COMSAFETY, we have a responsibility to play oversight in the work of the police within the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So at an executive level, there is that engagement, especially to lobby for delegation of functions to the provinces. The last issue, Honorable Chairperson, is on the filling of the vacant positions. And we are reporting that as of 31st December 2025, we had 24 funded vacancies, and we are accounting for these that were not filled, that we have finalized. One has been filled, and we finalized also a beginning of this month, 3. And we're anticipating 4 to be finalized end of March. And then in November, we had 8 posts that we advertised, and they are in progress in terms of shortlisting and interviews. According to our project plan, we are wanting to fill this post by the 1st of April, 2026. And then we have one that was advertised on the 19th of 2026 that we are projecting to be filled by the 1st of April 2026. And lastly, we have 7 posts that are planned to be advertised. That we are currently awaiting or making a request to the Honorable MEC for Finance to give us a go-ahead to advertise this post. And lastly, we have attached the schedule of the vehicles by the South African Police Services that are sitting in the garages. So I submit, Honorable Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, HOD. Have we received that Excel spreadsheet? Has it been sent? Okay, because we haven't received it yet. Can I give you another email address? SCOPA, SCOPA, at SAOL.com. You could just send it to me too. All right, members, you've heard the input from the HOD. Are there any questions, members? Okay, are there any questions online from the members online? Okay, Honourable Magubani and Honourable Mbata.
Is COVID back? Is COVID back? Oh. Yeah. Chair, sorry, apologies. I was a little bit disturbed here. I'm trying to open my gadget. Okay, I just want to check something. Honorable Chair. On the FR, it's page 10 and 9. The irregular expenditure of 5.1 million in respect of safety structure tools of the trade procurement and it's FR03. It's FR03. Okay, it's FR03. I just want to get an understanding. Maybe it's just that maybe it was answered before on the hearings, but just to get clarity. What type of tools are these? Maybe if you can give us a picture. And where was it going to? I just want to get an understanding so that a person can be clear. Maybe the reason why I'm confused, Chair, I was not part of the hearing of community safety when you met in October. That day I was with transport on that day. It was clashing with transport. Yes.
HOD, it's a back and forth now.
Yeah.
So can we maybe just start with answering those first two questions? What was the equipment and where was it going?
Okay.
And if you could just answer Honourable Magabani's questions directly. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. In the last financial year, the department procured the T-shirts, the umbrellas, the torches, the reflector jackets, the vests that are allocated to the community safety structures. They are at the main two types that we have an understanding with and an agreement with. The first one is the community safety forums, which is the legislated one. And also we have the KZN, CPA, KZN Community Crime Prevention Association. I think it's usually known as SCOPA. We have a partnership also with them so that we regulate their work on the ground. So for identification purposes and for also supporting and enabling them to be able to do their work, as the Department of Community Safety, we are supporting them. So because they are the first line crime fighters and the extension of the work that is done by the government and also by the police in terms of the prevention of crime on the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honourable.
Thank you, because something I don't understand. The description here is safety structure tools of trade procurement. You're talking about clothing.
Thanks for.
Are we missing each other here? Sorry, Honourable Magabani.
No, Chairperson, it's not only clothing. We call it tools of trade. It's the vest, it's the torches, it's the boots, and it's the umbrellas that we provide for them to enable them to do their work. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Honourable Chair, and the HOD. So the 5.1 million was for the whole project of assisting the community forums. And then was it going to the whole of KZN? Or where was it going? If yes, then how was it then this 574 determined as fruitless and wasteful expenditure or as items that were undelivered? Is it one and the same thing? How was it determined from the 5.1 million? I just want to get an understanding so that we can take each other through clearly and get a clear understanding on it.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Member. When there was the procurement was for the whole province because they are all over the province. Then there were items that were delivered. There were items that were at the time of payment. that had not yet been delivered. Because in terms of the PFMA and the treasury regulations, we as a department, we should not be paying for the services not rendered. So there was a larger bulk that was delivered, but there was a portion that was not delivered. So the fruitless and wasteful expenditure is in respect of the ones that were not delivered at the time of payment, which were subsequently delivered. But the issue is that at the time of payment, they were not on site. Yes.
Thanks. I'll be done just now, Chair. Okay, now I do get an understanding. But outside, Chair, on the mere fact that on this small amount, because when you're talking about community safety and the tools of trade of community safety, let's take the population of KwaZulu-Natal and vis-a-vis the amount invested on community safety tools of trade, it doesn't balance. I'll start there. Even though there was a problem with this small amount of 5.1 million, whereby there's almost 5%, 10% of it not utilized in a correct way. It's 10% because it's 500 and something. Even though there's that problem. But now what does it tell us then? Firstly, how can community safety invest 5.1 million to KwaZulu-Natal with the largest population in South Africa and invest 5.1 million for community safety, tools of trade? It does not balance HOD. Because when you're talking about KZN, you're talking about a province, one that is vast in terms of kilometers. There's one thing I heard, Honorable Chair, in Joburg, all members of the legislature, they don't do sleepovers because they are within the radius. They go from home to work and go back to their homes because the whole province, the radius, allows them to drive to work and go back home. But it's a whole province. But take KZN now, with its vast in terms of the vicinity and the kilometers, and worse in terms of infrastructure when it comes to roadworthiness and all that. And then for community safety, you're going to invest 5.1 million for this province. It's unfair. Firstly, we need to look at that. Yes, even this small amount, there was irregularities out of it, but how was it determined the 5.1 million for tools of trade? More on the aspect of safety. It doesn't make sense. It's a pity the Premier is not here, but we needed to talk about these issues. We needed to talk about these issues where what do you invest for if you can't ensure that safety is there for everyone? Because safety is for everyone, either official, either a public person, either a public servant, everyone needs safety. That is why even the Premier himself has got security. It's because safety, you cannot compromise it. So how do you, as the Department of Community Safety, you have such a low amount of investment in when it comes to safety? Let's start from there. So we need to then work it out and have a look at it. Just to pose a question along those lines, Honorable Chair. In Matateni Police Station, you know, Chair, that it's been 2 years they have no electricity. And it's a new police station. I'm not talking about the old police station, Honorable Chair, whereby you would be afraid to enter even the premises. It's a brand new police station. The top class police station, but it doesn't have electricity. At night, they can't even detain anyone who they took or arrested on that night. Newcastle, Matateni, in Matateni. In Matateni, there's no electricity for 2 years. Their cells are not being utilized. They're taking all those who are arrested to Newcastle or other nearest police stations. But it's a brand new police station. It's one of the top class police stations that has been recently built. There's no water. A police, if he wants to go to help themselves, they have to leave work and drive outside of the police station, but it's a brand new police station. So to now understand the picture that you are giving to the criminals, that says, no, we know that police station is compromised. So the moment you arrest those criminals and then they get bail, they go and tell others that, you know what, that police station is still under pressure. We can still do our own thing freely because they're under pressure. They can't even keep us into their cells. There's no facilities to detain. So that's a picture it's being given to the community outside, whereby a brand new police station, I don't know if it was an old one, I would have understood that it's an issue of infrastructure that is deteriorating. But on that one, I don't know what's the problem. Are you aware, HOD, that Matateni police station doesn't have electricity for 2 years? Do you know that Matateni police station doesn't have water? Even the police officers, they can't utilize those toilets. They have to drive and see where they help themselves. So where is this thing of agency when it comes to community safety? Where is this thing of agency when it comes to prioritizing the safety of the South Africans? It's the same thing that is happening in Durban. You find a number of police officers, because you need to discuss this on your meetings when you meet with other clusters or with SAPs. You find police going in numbers to a primary school, park there at the gate, and control those who are protesting, showing their frustrations and all that publicly. But you can't find them in numbers going to point there in Durban to remove all the illegal occupants that are there. But they're going in numbers to protect something that is not right. But they don't go in numbers to enforce law in our country. Because it was good if the Prima was here. Because those are the things we need to invest where we're going to see results. We need to invest where we will be assisting the South Africans, especially the KwaZulu-Natal citizens, and ensure that their safety is prioritized by the government of the day. But you're investing into wrong things. So please take a look on that one. Take a look on that one, but we will write to the Premier. Because we need now to see SAPs going to those areas where they are being actually now occupied by the people who are not supposed to be here in KwaZulu-Natal. They can go to other provinces, not here in KwaZulu-Natal. Because what we see now, what's going to happen, Honorable Chair, we will see a fight amongst, especially the people of KwaZulu-Natal with other people coming from different countries. Because if we don't talk about it, it's going to get out of hand. And that time it will be late for us as government to intervene. We rather intervene now and make change now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Magabane. We must obviously just keep in mind that community and safety and liaison is not the SAPS. So a lot of the questions like Madadeni should be directed to General Mkonazi. Yeah, no, sure. But anyway, but at the same time, the HOD has showed a willingness to interact with the SAPS on our behalf. Like, for instance, providing the full record of the vehicle issue. So, HOD, back to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm going to request your indulgence, Chairperson, and your committee that we go and look at the circumstances of the Matadeni police stations, because one of the responsibilities of this department under the chief director that I introduced, Mr. Mkuno, who's a provincial secretariat for police, is that we also do oversight and audit the police stations. We will do that. That's one of our responsibilities. Regarding the procurement, we acknowledge, Honorable Chairperson, the fact that this department is grossly underfunded. Because when you look at how the distribution of the equitable share of KwaZulu-Natal, we have about 271 million, the total budget for the whole year. That includes compensation of employees, that includes everything and service delivery. But Honorable Chairperson, we want to report that this is not just, this is just one of many procurements. We do them in tranches. Even this financial year, we've done procurement of the tools of trade within our limited budget in tranches, which we can gladly share with the honorable members of SCOPA, how we have procured. Yes, it's still not going to be sufficient because our force multipliers are spread throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal. But we can share that information. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, Honourable Mbata, you had questions?
Thanks, Chairperson.
Sorry, Honourable Mbata, I apologise. If we can also, members, just keep in mind the time. We're almost 1 o'clock. We'd like to have some lunch and then transport at 2. So
I have 5 questions.
Yeah, okay.
Is that okay?
As long as we can have a quick lunch, we're all good.
No, we're fine.
Okay, great.
We'll definitely have the quickest lunch ever. Greetings to the HOD and the entire team. Just a disclaimer, Chairperson. HOD and Ms. Makanya, they raised me in this government. So I know them very well, and they've been good to me, both of them. So I want you to have an understanding, so that this is a conversation between the Chairperson and myself. So I don't understand, Chairperson, what's happening here. Please protect me. On the lighter note, yeah. Acting HOD, I went through the report last night and I prepared some questions, and hopefully we will, at the end of the day, come to a conclusion with some of the issues. Earlier on, when we had the Department of Public Works, I said something very interesting, and I just want to start with it before asking my questions. That SCOPA resolutions contain a clear finding, a clear instruction, and sometimes even deadlines. So it is binding. Now, question number 1, you have cases involving 11 million, 4.4 million, and 2.3 million. Yet in most instances, there is either not disciplinary action or it is still pending. Now, the question, at what monetary threshold does COMSAFETY believe misconduct becomes serious enough to warrant immediate suspension or dismissal? And who sets that threshold? That's question number 1. So I'm going to read all these questions, then you can answer all of them. Several cases are pushed to February and March or June 2026 for completion. Why does COMSAFETY allow officials implicated in irregular, fruitless expenditure to remain in their positions while determination, testing, and investigation drag on for years? Number 3. Maybe, Chair, if you can drink water, will be fine. Okay. Then number 3, across all irregular, fruitless, and forensic cases presented today, how many have resulted in criminal charges? And if the answer is none, now, if the answer is none, does the department have I mean, does the department believe PFMA breaches are administrative issues rather than criminal offenses? Number 4, how is it possible that unapproved expenditure of 11 million and excess kilometer claims only surface through audit instead of internal controls? And who is personally accountable for the failure of those controls? Last, with 2.4 vacancies, if ngizwe kahle, reported, only 3 filled. How does the department justify continued exposure to financial misconduct? And is are we as SCOPA expected to accept improved compliance outcomes without adequate human capacity? Thanks, Chairperson. Probably I'll have some follow-ups.
Thank you, Honourable Mbata. HOD. I'll come to you now, Honourable Mkhize. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm still looking. 2.4 million. Okay. I don't think that the department is shying away from taking disciplinary action against implicated officials. We can, like, we are reporting also in other areas where we have completed the processes of assessment, of determination and investigation, and identified the officials and confirmed that these are the officials that are liable for that irregular and fruitless expenditure. We don't shy away as the department from taking disciplinary action. But it becomes very, very important as the department that we promote the principles of fairness and justice. And also we don't expose ourselves to the situation where we lose cases because we did not follow due diligence. For me, it's just reporting that we are following due diligence processes to make sure that when we subject an official through disciplinary processes, we've got sufficient information and sufficient evidence. Like what you are saying, Honorable Chairperson, with the forensic investigations, that when we were looking and analyzing the forensic investigation report and picked up that there may have been omissions that have been made during the forensic investigation. That's why I want to have an engagement with the Office of the Premier's forensic investigation. Like, for example, the security contracts, as I have reported, that there was a finding that the monies that were spent were not used for intended purposes. And when we started the processes of disciplining that particular senior manager, she produced the information to us, you know, that the monies were used for intended purposes. So that is why we then want to have an engagement with the forensic unit in the Office of the Premier to make sure that we close the loopholes. Because we also don't want as a department to embarrass ourselves where it goes for arbitration and everything and we lose our cases because we did not follow due diligence. But we...
Just to come in just on the point that she has just raised. So how long have you been having that situation whereby the money was supposed to be used for something else and then it was used for something else? Because that also it's important. I'm asking this question, Chair, because the acting HOD is saying they are intending to engage the Office of the Premier. I think I heard you correctly. So now the question, how long have you been having that information so that we can understand whether the intention to meet the Office of the Premier comes because now there is a SCOPA meeting or it's something that was there before? Just that one.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. No, the report was released to the department in April 2024. Right. Then there was a time lapse, I agree, in terms of the implementation, but there was engagements with the Office of the Premier, but the disciplinary action, we commenced with it in November, not because of the SCOPA. Yes. Yeah, no, thanks. Thank you. And then I'm going to request Advocate Faniker to assist me regarding the criminal cases that because that is his forte. Regarding the question, I think if I heard Chairperson very well, the honourable member is asking why the 11 million was identified by the Auditor General, but could not be identified. Is that what you're saying through our internal? I am going to report that we are currently working on a strategy to support our internal control unit. There are internal deficiencies as the department in terms of the processes of the determination of, because it's supposed to be the department that identifies. It can't be the HE. I agree with you 100%, but we have some capacity issues in our internal control unit that we are working on. And also to assure you, Chairperson, that one of the measures that we have recently put in place as late as November is that we have resuscitated the UIFW committee, which is a committee, which is one control that the accounting officer has put in place to assist her in terms of the identification and the whole management determination, assessment and investigation of the UIFW. So that is an area that we are working with in the department. Recently, we've had a meeting between the accounting services of the department, the supply chain management, and also the two chief directors, because the identification of the irregular expenditure is not only the responsibility of the internal control unit. It should be the responsibility of the end user, the program manager, as we are signing these vouchers, the supply chain management in terms of all the processes, which I'm not going to go into, and also the last people who are now capturing, which is financial services, accounting services, my apologies, who are doing the final capturing. They should be picking up these areas. One of the second measure also that we have put in place in the department is that each and every step, the end user, the responsibility manager or program manager, SCM, and the accounting services, they've got their own checklists, so that where a red flag is raised saying no, there's no compliance in this one area, we then need to look into that before the invoice is processed. So we are putting systems in place so that when internal control comes at the end, after the financial reporting services has also reported the IYM on a monthly basis, internal control, they come, at least all the steps, they have been, there are checklists where they can pick up where there are no irregularities that happen. So that is what we are putting in place, Honorable Chairperson. Regarding the vacancies, I think I categorize, Honorable Chairperson, the posts that were advertised in February and January, February 2025. And then the second batch is for the posts that were advertised in November, December last year in 2025, that we're anticipating to fill by the 1st of April 2026, and then the ones that are still requesting for permission to the MSC for Provincial Treasury. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have follow-up?
I will, Chair, after the advocate has answered that question, then I have 3 follow-up questions.
Sure, okay.
Honourable Chair and honourable members, HOD and colleagues, we have laid at least 2 criminal charges in the recent past for fraud with the SAPS that's under investigation, and it relates to some irregular expenditure cases, although they are not in specifically relating to the matters under covered by this specific report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, sir, for that. Probably, okay, I won't go to that one. HOD, on the issue of, you spoke about internal deficiencies within the department. Now, the question is, when did you realize that there is a capacity issue within the department? Because I strongly believe that if that was identified earlier, we wouldn't be having this question that I have. That's number one. And number two, you didn't answer who is personally accountable for the failure of those controls. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, Honorable Chairperson, it will be appreciated that I'm going to talk about myself here because you're talking to me now. That I joined the department a few weeks before the report by the audit committee was released. Yes. So then when we were looking at the management report by the AG, that is when then one begins to identify. So unfortunately for me, I'm in a disadvantage because I was not at the time of the compilation of the AFSs and everything. So it was after when we were analyzing the findings and identifying these issues that they are supposed to be, you are supposed to have systems within the department firstly to prevent, because that is the primary responsibility, is to prevent the occurrences of irregular expenditure by putting systems in place, which I can narrate to many that we have, including the delegations, reviewing the delegations, including the resuscitation of and streamlining of the bid committees, all those issues. And then the personal liability, the people who are found to be contravening the public finance management, I've got a list with me, which can be shared, but privately, because it involves people where we are having individuals that have been subjected through processes. Yes.
Thanks, Chairperson. I wanted to, even though I won't need the names, but I wanted to check how far they've gone with that issue. But one last thing, Chair, it's not a question, it's a comment. I think Honorable Deck said something earlier about professionalizing this public servants. That is important, Chairperson, because right now the HOD, some of the things they can't account, because when there's new leadership, the entire public servant must be changed. The HOD, there must be a new HOD, and we'll always have. That's one of the reasons why you will never fight corruption in this country. Because when this one comes in, he comes with his own people or with her own people, and they will do a mess in the department. And the next one, when he comes in, he's coming in with another team, and then the mess continues. I think we need to look at that as SCOPA to say, what is that we can do to prevent such issues? Because these are questions that whoever was the HOD before could have answered them properly to say why these things are not there. But I think we agree, MK and DA, that we need to do that. Thanks, Chair.
No, sure. Something that's also bothered me for years and years is the revolving door policy. So people go from one department to another department to another department, and we don't track them through. And there should be a system that when somebody comes from your department, you refer to somebody going to COCTA. When they come to COCTA, there should be a big red flag saying up, no, you can't come here until that's sorted out or whatever, And it just doesn't seem to happen. So I couldn't agree with you more. Honourable MKs.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the acting HOD and the management. Marwan, for now, there are two not far away from here, Fredville or Inchanga area. It's a long outstanding issue. I think your department has been trying for years, just trying to deal with it. The service, safety, community safety, it's called the department. It's not there, it's not available to the people of Nchanga area. That police station is situated in Montesil, Botasil, that's it. Unfortunately, no public transport for over 30 years, if not more. Actually more. It's just been neglected by everybody who was there. There was even a mayor at some point of eThekwini residing still there. Nothing has been done. Please, that's a very critical issue. Maybe some other issues, Chair, are being taken seriously when there's violence, politically and otherwise, but still there. Everything has happened that you can think of. Nothing has been done. All that has happened, promises, 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 promises. And people are sick and tired of it. To Msunduzi police station under Pinetown district, I believe it services on a 5 Amakosi. You will have an area under Wartburg, you have areas under Mkungundlov, which is Maritzburg, and also eThekwini, that police station. So under-resourced. I don't know how many MSCs have been around in KZN. Clearly, they've failed. Issues of human capital. There you've got personnel that is supposed to be in the police station, but they are scattered all over Mlazi, Durban Central. They've never been to the police station yet. They are employed in that police station. It has been well known, I believe, in all MSCs that we have had in KwaZulu-Natal, including premiers. They've all failed. Never mind the issue of vehicles. All that we can do as a community are stay there. It's for us to buy a battery of the van, Chairperson. We buy batteries of the van. We buy tires. We fix the windows. We buy wipers. Load shedding. There's always been load shedding since it was started. Absolutely no service. It's 4, if not 5 times a week. 4 hours a day, if not more. There's no service. Zero. No telephone lines, nothing. If there are any vehicles that are operating, there's absolutely nothing. No service. You are talking of more than 400 population, 400,000 population in that area. I just wanted to submit that, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Well, Honourable Keys and Honourable Magubani, you raised 2 specific issues, Madadeni and these now. Can we request a report? Not in October, but would it be fair to say 2 weeks from now that we get feedback on the issues raised by Honourable Keys and Honourable Magubani relating to those specific police stations? Yes, Honourable Mbato.
Yeah, Chairperson, you might, this issue is deeper than that. It's way deeper than that. There is a total collapse in almost all police stations in the province in terms of infrastructure. So I'm saying when you talk about the report, it must be brought. It must not, because even in Newcastle municipality, a Newcastle police station, you have Matadine and you have Newcastle, what you call police station. It's the same problem. Sometimes the services are not there. So I'm saying probably what you need to do, you need to broaden the report.
You see, what concerns me is that are we not now drifting into the realm of that particular committee? Does anybody here serve on the Premier Committee?
Yeah, I think so that we don't go into, because the operational or the operations of the department belongs to the committee. Rather, the Honorable Mo is correct, but rather they give us being specific to these ones that we have mentioned.
Yeah.
it's fine. But then you can extend then even the time. But they want these ones maybe in 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time, they can give us being specific to these ones. But whenever now their report is ready for the whole police station, so that we get a picture, they can share it with the committee. And then but we must also get it just to have a look at it, because there's something wrong somewhere, somehow.
100%.
Yeah.
So let this be a starting point then. It isn't actually a SCOPA issue, but let it be a starting point of something that's been identified. Please get that report to us on the specific ones raised, and then we will kick that on. And we understand that you're not responsible for this, but you are eyes and ears, because obviously it affects community safety and liaison. Okay. Members, are there any other questions? I have a couple online. Do we have any questions? No? All right. Members, are we good? All right. So let me just get into the ones I have. If we go to your report, and I will be brief. There's just one or two things I don't understand. I'm now looking at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure referrals. I just want to find them. Where is that? Okay, that first one, that FR07. Can you just quickly explain how you go from who identified the 22.7 million, and then you make the argument that it's actually only 12,000 rand? That's a hell of a deviance. So we're talking about FR07, FR07, your reference on page 9. It's response by the department. This is in relation to irregular expenditure, and it comes up again fruitless and wasteful. I'll give them all to you. And then we've got sorry, I was making notes on my phone. Then we go under the fruitless and wasteful. So that first one is under irregular expenditure. Okay. Then we go to fruitless and wasteful, which to me is always the worst. I'm trying to find that. No. Hey man, where is that thing? My apologies. I'm trying to find it. Okay, so we've got this first one. Now this is number 1. So this is on page 6. These are the fruitless and wasteful, and here you're just given it digits, not FR or anything, just number 1. 24,921 rand. How did that prescribe? From my legal training, prescription of a debt applies to a civil debt. I don't know how it prescribes and avoids action. It's fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So surely that person should face some sort of sanction in the company, or even civil recovery. I suppose I get that. I suppose so. We'd have to look at the actual, the bits and pieces of when the debt originated. But I'm not sure that fruitless and wasteful expenditure creates a debt. I'm looking at my legal advisor, whether it creates a debt, because the debt normally emerges out of a contract or something. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. But here the person just seems to have been exonerated because of prescription. Then let's just move on. Just please note that. Mr. Bazadnot, I will come to you. Then we've got case 8 under that same section. So there it's identified or picked up at 177. This is now page 8. Number 8, page 8. It's detected at 177,000 rand. but then it comes down to, no, now it's only 5,830. So it's like that 22 million one. There's a massive variance in the amount of money involved. And then under the forensic investigations, if we go back up the page, I'm concerned, if we go back in the report, I'll just find, that's where we get to those FRs. So the first FR one was the one I asked you about, the 22 million. Okay. The second FR one was, you said that when you had a look at the reports yourselves, you were kind of saying to yourselves, well, there's not a case to be made here. And so what I'm concerned about is the level of work being done by the Premier's Forensic Investigation Unit. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying, so this is my final question to you. So I've asked you 3 questions, four, I think. I've asked you about that 22 million going down to 12 grand. I've asked you about that prescription issue. I've asked you about, what was this? Yeah, that's 177 going down to 5,000. And then this issue of you've looked at it and you can't see a case here. We need to know, because, you know, this is a unit we rely on. Are they not doing work that's up to scratch?
No, thank you very much.
Sorry, can I ask Mr. Nkwana, do you remember we got a list of all these investigations, and then we asked the departments, tell us the ones that have been referred to you, tell us what you've done with them. We don't actually have copies of the investigation report, do we? No. Okay. I'd like to just get your insight on that, because we need to know that we rely on that unit to give us guidance. And if they're not doing very good work, we need to know about it.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Just to assure you, Chairperson, that we have full confidence in the Forensic Investigation Unit of the Office of the Premier.
Can I stop you there? If somebody does a forensic investigation report at considerable cost, and there's nothing to hang the hat on, there's nothing to charge, surely that come and say, oh, here we go, here's a case, you must act against this person, this is our recommendation, and then you look at it and you go, oh, there's nothing here. That's what I'm trying to get into my head here. Thanks.
Thanks, Chairperson. I want to repeat that we have full confidence in the work that is done by the Forensic Unit of the Office of the Premier. They have a good track record. I mean, we have relied on them as the departments, even at the time they were with the Provincial Treasury. As I had indicated, Chairperson, that the 2 reports, the one that the Honorable Chairperson is referring to, and number 3, they have been submitted to us. They are still at a draft stage. We have been given, as the department, to look into it and to interrogate it and then to engage them so that we can agree. So we are at that stage. So it's not a final report, as I had indicated. So it has nothing to do with questioning the integrity. But it's important that we engage and find one another as the department.
By that unit that they've given you the final report. And that's why we said to you, you've received these final reports, what have you done about it? Okay, but thanks for that clarity, I appreciate that.
No, thank you very much. And also, maybe just to indicate that where we experience difficulties, that is why we have these quarterly engagements with them, so that where we're experiencing difficulties, they are always there also to support the departments. So it's more the engagement at that level. It had nothing to do with integrity. On page 8, can I request I'm not sure that I understood the first one, but can I request advocates to assist me with the page 6 and page 8? I'll have to go back to the first one. I didn't understand.
The first query, the first query was, under those forensic investigations, there was an amount for 22 million. That in your report you say reduced down to 12. So that's a hell of a variance. So are you saying, nah, it wasn't really 22 million, it's only 12,000 rand? In which case, I mean, one's got to ask the question, how did this even become an issue? And then the other question was, maybe you asked an advocate to respond on, was the issue of prescription. Although it's 24,000, look, 24,000 rand to a lot of people is a lot of money. But the point is, I just don't see how to exonerate you from any disciplinary action because it's prescription. And yeah, okay, thank you. I'll let your legal eagle respond.
Okay, Advocate, can you take all three questions? Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, HOD. I think perhaps there's a slight misunderstanding on FR 07, the 22 million versus the 12,000. So FR 07 dealt with the irregular procurement of cleaning and security services contracts. It found that the procurement was irregular, and that value of the irregular expenditure is 22 million. However, it also found that there were overpayments. So distinct from the amount or the value of the contracts, there were overpayments on the contracts. So it was secondary findings, but they were still findings, and the department still had to analyze and assess those findings. Overpayments on the security contracts and overpayments on the cleaning services contracts. When we did the analysis and compared it to the contractual documentation and the vouchers, the value of those overpayments could only be confirmed in respect of the cleaning services contracts, and only up to a value of 12,000. So that differed, but it did not in the millions. The difference is maybe, I think, I'm speaking from recollection, but the overpayments were cited as 67,000, but we could only confirm the 12,000. So we are not disputing the 22 million irregular expenditure finding. So I think perhaps just a misunderstanding there. The issue of the 24,000 and whether it can prescribe.
I'll stop you there. But so the disciplinary issue there is problem because this person's moved to COGTA.
Yes.
Okay. Can we please ask you to write us a letter telling us the name of this official? Can I request that, please? Because I want to raise it with COGTA.
Chairperson, there are three officials that were involved.
Okay, then give me a letter from all three.
Yes, the one has left public service.
Yes.
One is with COGTA.
Yes.
And then there's one that is remaining in the department.
The one's remaining in the department?
Yes.
So what's happened to the one remaining in the department?
That is the one who was saying that the disciplinary processes have commenced. Honorable, but I was asking about that one.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right. Okay, we need to know who this official is in COGTA, because I'm sick and tired of people leaving one department, going to another, and thinking they can walk away from things. Okay, I understand the 22 million. You can move on from there. Thank you. But can I please ask that? Will you note that we write and to the HOD asking? Okay, thank you. Advocate, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The 24,000. It is possible that fruitless and wasteful expenditure can result in a debt or in a person owing the department. So if a person, an official who was responsible for this fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and if that fruitless and wasteful expenditure can be regarded as a loss to the department, then in terms of the Treasury regulations, number 12, you have to then assess the liability, and the person could then be held liable. But that process is subject to prescription, the prescription period. So if you fail to detect and take action within 3 years, then the claim would be prescribed. So that is the case in respect of the 24,000. The right to discipline does not prescribe, but you are required to take discipline promptly. So if you wait 6-7 years, you can no longer dismiss a person if it's 6-7 years after the incident. And you must take prompt action within a reasonable time. So that would depend on the facts of the case. So in this case, formal disciplinary steps after such a long period of time would not be fair. So you would have to then, and I think that is what the department is then doing, is considering all the informal disciplinary steps that can be taken, like your counseling, your correcting the behavior of the person. So that is my response on that, Chair. I think I've then covered, I hope.
So here's the issue. Honorable Bezuidenhout does something wrong. I'm a friend of Honorable Bezuidenhout and I'm HR. Okay? So I just don't do anything. After 4 years, no, it's unfair. I should be getting disciplined. So my question is on that one, who was responsible for the discipline of that official for the 24 grand? I get prescription, thank you for that. But it doesn't extinguish the right to discipline, but that person was never disciplined. Because somewhere along the line, you've got to start this chain of accountability. And it's very easy for people, and I understand how things drift, I really do. And I'm going to leave this with you, but I really would like to get some sort of, we've got to consider that if you just let matters drift, somebody's got to be responsible for the drift. Okay, I think we're done. Did you answer all the questions? All right, members, AG, anything that you want to add? Okay, Park, anything, Ms. Giorgio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing to add in terms of the report itself. Similar to others, we are processing the same in the next 2 weeks or over the next 2 weeks period. And we look forward that the next SCOPA update will have better results. I'm encouraged by your last remarks, Honorable Chair, concerning the true meaning of this consequence management in light of the technicalities that the department's seeming to involve. And I think it's something that I'd like to just see or take up with other members as well in the other departments, how this is interpreted. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, that brings us to the end of this particular engagement. Members, it's now 13:35. Can I please be asked that we be back here promptly or before? I really would like to start with transport at 2:30. Would that be okay, Mr. Mkonazi? We just have to tell them. Okay. So can we possibly be back here at like 1:25? 2. So we can start at 2. Remember, the longer we stay here, folks, the longer you're going to be stuck in traffic and all that sort of thing. So it's not a deterrent, but let's eat, let's get back. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We can leave our stuff here. Okay?
Thank you, Chair.
Did you try for the chamber? Oh, I see. So we just here this week. It's like we're here the whole time.
Yeah, I'm finding first.
Oh, we were supposed to be.
But I put the schedule, the request, we are having, but the schedule is just the idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Pardon?
We have this thing like
Members, we have a self-interest in being to the point and getting through our business efficiently this afternoon. And that self-interest is that the quicker we're done here, we quicker can get on. But anyway, that doesn't matter. If there are very important matters to be done, we can do that as well. Anyway, members, thank you for your indulgence. I know I did say 2:30, but I thought if we all finished lunch and the departments here, we could get started. So I'd like to welcome everyone. Apologies, I think we've covered that today. The meeting is quorate. Let me just do an introduction of our team and members on this side, and then you can introduce yourselves. Obviously, it's myself. Yes. Yes.
Even two introductions, Chair. Chair, it cannot be that we must come and sit here. Where's the political head? That means all that's not the first time, Chair. That means these MECs are not taking us. There's not these MECs. There's some MECs that are not taking us serious. They're not here. He's not here again, this MEC. Now when you start with introductions, the MEC is not here. Then we can also go home and wait for him to come. Then we must wait for him to come. Or even postpone him so he must come here. There's such serious matters here, and the MEC
It's the mere fact of this virtual. They don't want to come here and account because of this virtual. We're allowing it as SCOPA, and it's the same MECs with the same behavior. We can note that. Same MECs with the same behavior. Because of this virtual, he must come here and account. Physically, we are here physically. We've got privilege as well to be on virtual, but he's always there on virtual. We want him here physically.
Members, yeah, the MEC is online at the moment, so he's okay. Members, can I? Okay, I hear you've raised the point, and I get it. And I think what we'll do is we'll write a firmly worded letter. Can I just chair the meeting?
Chair, can I
chair the meeting? Okay, all right. Will you allow me to chair the meeting?
My hand is up also.
Will you allow me to chair the meeting? Please. I'm going to come to you, sir. The bottom line is, can somebody just mute their Honourable who? Yes, okay. I just need to say something to the chair. Can somebody just turn their sound off there, please? All right, we'll deal with the echo. Members, let me make it clear that I agree with you, that MEC should be here. I'm not familiar with the reasons why the MEC is not here today. All right, I was just advised that he would be attending online. I'm not happy with it either. What is it left for me to do as a representative of this committee other than to write a letter saying that this is unacceptable, that we want the minister to appear, to the MEC to appear in front of the committee when we have his department here, and that we certainly hope this would be the last time that this happens. Can I ask what else I could possibly do as chair that the committee would like? So let's proceed on that basis. I'm going to take, gentlemen, I can see there's lots of excitement about this. Can we just handle this? We'll go through everybody.
Respond.
Can we just, we can abandon the meeting if you'd like.
Can I respond to?
Can we just go through the meeting? I'm going to go to everyone by turn. We don't need to shout. We don't need to get crazy. Everybody's going to get their turn. Honourable Ngoyi's got his hand up as well on the platform. So I'm asking you as your chairperson what you would like me to do. I'm asking for your guidance. Okay.
Can I come in?
So Honourable Magabane, then Honourable Mbata, then Honourable Mkhize, then Honourable Dirks, and then I will go to Honourable Ngoyi on the platform. Okay.
Chair.
Thank you.
We know very well that virtual is formal. We are very much aware. And virtual is part of other meetings platform. It's also stipulated on the rules. We are not confused on that one. But it's going to be a problem when now it's a trend. To certain MEC, especially the one for transport, then whenever we are calling the department, he's not going to be part of the meeting physically, based on the mere fact that he knows that the virtual platform is also formally stipulated on the rules. We are not confused. We also know the rules. The MEC must be where the department is, especially when it's being called by a committee where we need accountability. And it's the only personnel that we can speak to with the department in terms of us as politicians, because we're not actually making the department accountable. We are holding his position, his office accountable. That works through the departmental offices. That's what is very much important. We are also having that privilege of having meetings on the virtual platform. But if the meeting is a virtual platform, let it be the virtual platform. We know we are all on virtual platform. But it mustn't be a trend and a behavior of an MEC that is not going to come in front of this committee because he knows that the virtual platform is also formal. We're not going to accept it because other MECs are not doing it. He's the only one. And we are noting that. How many meetings now? We can pull out the records. How many meetings is on virtual whenever it's called by the SCOPA? We're not going to accept that.
Thanks, Chairperson. I agree with you into saying you need to write to the speaker about this behavior is unacceptable. That's number one. But number two, Chairperson, I'll suggest one thing. We postpone the meeting until the MEC is here.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Acting HOD and Management. Without waste of time, Chairperson, I'd like to submit that we come back when the Honorable MEC is ready to lead his department. Thank you.
Chairperson, I just want to support it. We must adjourn and ask this MEC if he's available on Friday to come to appear before this committee. There's serious problems in this committee that we want to raise. Serious issues that we know of, that we have proof of, that the AG have also highlighted, that we want to raise with the political head. Because in this we want to make this, the statement, I would like to make the statement, not even an allegation. And most of these issues here, problems in the department, is the doing of the MEC. So we're not going to sit here and attack officials. The MEC must come here on to talk to this MEC.
Okay, I will take Honorable Matlopa and then Honorable Glungwani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all the head of department, together with your entourage. Honorable Chair, when we deal with the meetings or the business of the legislature, we are guided by the rules of the legislature or procedures of the legislature. The hybrid meeting is allowed according to our rules. If we don't want the hybrid that allows the member to be on the visual platform or physical, we state as a committee that the meeting is strictly physical. If the meeting was strictly physical and the MEC did not come, it's when we're going to complain. But because when the MEC got an invitation, the invitation was saying hybrid, we were going to complain if he's not also on the visual platforms. What I will request our colleague is to say that because the MEC is on the visual platform, I think Honorable Makubane was correct to say that the issue of hybrid is allowed. But if we as a committee, we want everybody to be physical, we must state on the invitation. Because if it was stated on the invitation, I will agree that we must leave the meeting because the MEC have defined. But if he got an invitation that was saying hybrid, he has a choice to be on the hybrid or come physical. But having said that, we do encourage our MECs to be physical. But when he was making an apology to say that I'm going to be visual, we were supposed, the office of the chair, to advise to say, we request that the MEC come physical. We were going to complain to say that he defied the chairperson because he did make an apology indicating that he will be on the visual platform. So I request, colleague, that because he's there, he's gonna hear everything that we are raising. Chair, can you protect me? I'm talking, he said, did you get the letter? Because the letter goes through.
Members, can we just let everybody contribute without interrupting? Yeah, Karen?
Yeah, Chair, that is my submission to say that if the invite was saying hybrid, I don't think we have to say there is somebody that has breached any rule, because we never stated as a committee that we want only a physical meeting, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam. Members, what I'm doing is I'm canvassing the opinions of all the members and then we'll make a decision.
Chair, no,
Can I please go to Honorable Glungwane?
Chair, yes.
I've seen you there, Honorable. Yeah, please.
Yes, no, thank you so much for giving me a space. Greetings to you, to the MEC and the department. Chair, consistency. We must be consistent here. This morning, we met with what is this department? Community safety. COMSAFETY came and there was an apology from the Premier. There was no hula baloo. I do not understand. The MEC is here. He did not apologize. He's here. Unless if members are saying to us there is a targeted MECs that they are targeting, then there's a different story. When the Premier did not attend this meeting, there was no attempt to say the meeting must be postponed for Friday or whatever. There was never been that issue, unless we are saying we are targeting this MEC. The Premier did not come. He did not join virtually, but there was no hula baloo. So I'm saying, Chair, we must be consistent here. The meeting is going to continue. The MEC is present. As I speak to you, I wanted to continue.
You're not going to continue. No.
Honorable Ngwani, sorry, you're very faint.
Yes, Chair. No, my challenge is that these people that have been suspended, they are going to be suspended again. Because
Chair, please protect us. Chair,
Honorable Ngwani,
that's useless one. We are not this one. We are not animals.
Out of order.
We are not animals.
No. They are not.
And the chair, please mute him.
Chair, are you going to let me change?
You are not on the platform. Let's please wait people. We are Tenela. Let's please wait people. Let's please think people.
Members, order.
No, but order to him first.
I was going to get
there, but it's full of nonsense.
You're not.
No, someone is full of nonsense.
You're not allowing me.
No, but someone is full of nonsense. He cannot come and call us people here. We are not people. We are honorable members.
You're not allowing me.
No, but you can't come and call us people here. He's sitting there at home,
doing his own job in his own farm. Then he comes and tells us
You're
nonsense
not
here.
allowing me to chair.
Yeah, but you allowed him to talk nonsense there.
I was trying to say.
You're not going to allow him to talk nonsense
I was trying to talk to the member, but how can I talk to the member when we're
But we're not going to allow Lungwane to have that behavior towards us. If he's talking about suspensions, he mustn't think that we are scared. We are not scared of acting. We are not scared. When I talk about suspensions, you think we are frustrated by suspensions. We can act anyhow we want. Talking nonsense here.
Well, once again, you're not allowing me to chair. You're assuming what I'm going to say. Honorable Magabani, can I please chair the meeting?
Yes.
Honorable, can I please chair the meeting? Honorable Ngoyi, what you said about suspensions is not in your remit, my friend. Honorable member, you know that.
I withdraw, Chair.
I think that was out of line, and I'd like you to apologize and withdraw.
I apologize and I withdraw, Chair. But,
thank you very much. Can we have your submission?
Yes, my submission, Chair, is simple.
The submission is how do we proceed today? That's what I'd like to hear from the members.
No, we proceed as normal. You said you are going to write a letter. I support that, but we proceed as normal, Chair, because we have had a meeting where the political head has not been present. Here, the political head of the department is here and ready, to account. So let's proceed, Chair. We must be consistent in this portfolio committee. My submission, Chair.
Chair.
Okay, sorry, members. I would like to allow the members on the platform to express their opinion. I want everybody in the committee, if I can just explain where I'm coming from so you understand my bona fides, like everybody in the committee to express an opinion, and then as a committee we will decide either by consensus or by vote as to how we're going to proceed today. Okay, so the remaining members of the Honourable Naya, do you have an opinion on this?
Hi, Chair. My apologies. I joined at 14, I think 32. And I missed that. So I just sent Cabo a message now as to what the contention was about, if you could clarify.
The contention, Honourable Naya, is that the MEC is joining us virtually, and there is an objection to that. I'm just going through the members to see what the submissions are, and then we can make a decision as to how we proceed. Your opinion?
My opinion is that MECs are quite busy and moving across the province dealing with various issues. As long as they make themselves available either virtually or in person, that's fine with me.
Okay, are there any other members online that we can get their input? I think the only, I'm going to come to you. Please let me chair, gentlemen, please. I've never ever given you reason that I'm not fair. I've never given you reason to think that. I'm just checking if we've got any other members online. I don't think so. I think Honourable Bumpakash was replacing Honourable de Klerk. Honourable Biela is not here. Is Honourable Bumpakash on the line? Not. Okay. All right. So that's all right. So who would like to go first on the side? All right. Well, you can decide. Honourable Dirks first.
Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, let's not make a big fight about this here. I would say, Chair, in the interest of some peace and stability and in SCOPA, let us adjourn and let us write a formal letter requesting that hearing with transport will be a physical hearing, not a virtual one or a hybrid, not hybrid. Physical, we want the MEC to be present, and then it can be Friday or whenever at the time when the MEC is available. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honourable Magabani.
Can I come in, Chair?
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Once again, let me chair, please. Honourable MEC, can I just ask you to wait for a second?
You must wait. Chair.
Gentlemen.
Can I
Members, let me chair.
Can I come in?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Chair. Let us be clear on this thing, because some utterances here are trying to push us into a corner where we're gonna lose our patience. One, we're not in a problem with the virtual platform because we know very well it's stipulated on the rules. But we've got a problem with a constant behavior of a MEC that is always on virtual platform whenever we need him here. That's a constant behavior. Deliberate. It's deliberate. And we're not gonna accept that. Honorable Zungwana is mentioning that we need to have consistency in our decision making. We have analyzed the letter that came through from the Premier. One thing that we have analyzed is the mere fact that it came yesterday. That letter of the Premier came yesterday. Shows the importance that he knows that we are supposed to be here. And it's not his behavior of not being here. He was part of these hearings in October, physically. We were here. He was part of these meetings. But with this MEC which we're referring to, he's consistently, and it's a number of meetings he's on virtual. That's where the difference is. So when Honorable Lungan is talking about consistency, and we have taken into consideration, we spoke about it here in this table. When the coordinator sent us the letter of Ntuli, I said, let's check on the date. Because I wanted to check on the date and time. When did it come? The letter. The letter came yesterday. That's why we never made any issues or noise about that. Because it shows the behavior towards this committee. And I can see the MEC wants to speak here. This is the SCOPA committee. It's not a cabinet committee. We are the members of this committee. And we're not going to allow any member or any MEC that will take us for granted and not respect us. Because I will say the coordinator can pull up the records and see the participation of the MEC on all our meetings. Where is he? We'll find that 95% of the times when we are meeting is on virtual. And that we're not going to allow, Chair.
All right. I would like at this point, let me chair. Yes, I'm going to come to you, Honourable Matlopa, as well. I would like to just give the opportunity to the committee coordinator to give us his input as to what happened in the run-up to the... It might just help us have more information and we can make a call. So, Mr. Mkonazi.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honourable members and colleagues. When I do a program for a department to come, first we have a program approved by program committee that says on such and such a date, SCOPA will sit. Then, subsequent to that, I draw a program which does not conflict with any other portfolio committee. Example, if I have 2 days for SCOPA, I cannot call a SCOPA to meet transport on a date that transport portfolio committee is meeting. So in doing that, it is not only me and the calendar alone. It's me, the calendar, and consulting with the PLO of a certain department that no, on this day, what do you have? What do you have? What do we have? Fortunately, we have the 3rd and the 6th is this week only. And this week, when you look at the calendar, it is packed with many things. So when we communicated with the PLO, she explained that no, the MEC has prior commitment, but we had to come to a win-win situation that no, we need to see transport within this week. Which date can we accommodate transport? Then we agreed that no, today it is possible, but however the MEC has got prior commitment. But however, the HOD, and by then there was something like, there's a new HOD, but the HOD and other senior officials, they are free to come. If it is possible, then the MEC, wherever he is, will tune in around 2 o'clock to attend the meeting. Then we agreed on that no. If the accounting officer and other senior officials will be here, and the MEC is able to, wherever that he will be, within that prior commitment, then it can, since we have a hybrid meeting, then that's where we came from administrative point of view. Thank you, sir.
All right. I will take Honorable Mbata and then Honorable Matlopa.
Chair, I'm not going to be tempted in dealing with what Mr. Mkwanas was saying, but as Honorable Makubane and Honorable Dex were saying, we expect the MEC to be here. That is final, and you are not changing from that position. That's one. But Chair, can you please speak with Honorable Hlungwane? He did apologize for the later statement, but he did not apologize to calling us these people. We are honorable members. He must apologize. Thanks.
Honorable Matlopa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as a SCOPA, we are given to be the custodian to assist the departments to prevent fruitful and wasteful expenditure. Here, when we take a decision, we must indicate which rule has been broken. That is one. Because as we are here, all of us, we are going to claim SNT accommodation. And the MEC is here to listen and respond. The wasteful and fruitless expenditure that is going to be incurred by the legislature for the failure of us to be here and also not to continue with the meeting. I'm having a concern, Honorable Chair, that we are custodian. We are saying to the department they must prevent wasteful and fruitless expenditure. But here we have been booked in the hotel. We are going to claim, and now we are saying the meeting must not take place. We are saying that knowing very well that the rules of the legislature talks about hybrid meeting, that we have never, I think we must go and change the rules, Honorable Chair. If we are saying despite the invitation that went to the MEC, and the coordinator of the committee is explaining to us that when the MEC got the invitation, he had a prior commitment, but they agreed that the MEC must log in visual where he is. I don't know, Chair, because even ourselves, Chair, and your guidance, when we take a decision, we must take a decision based on the rules that have been broken. And also understanding that as we accept, if we are saying as we are here, we are not going to claim, because it is us that we are saying the meeting must not continue. That is my contribution, Chair, to this one. Yeah. Because I will suggest that we continue with the meeting, because the meeting correct once. Thanks.
Thank you. No, we're going to go around in circles. We need to make a decision. But before we go there, Honorable Ngoyi, in the interests of peace, are you prepared to withdraw the comment about those people? These people.
But Chair, I have withdrawn and apologized.
Thank you. Okay.
I
all
don't
right.
know what.
All right. So we can go around in circles here. We have a decision in front of us, and I'm going to take a simple vote. Those in favor of the meeting being adjourned to another date when the MEC is here, please raise your hands. Okay. All right. Can we confirm that that is 4 votes in favor of adjournment?
Apologies, Chair.
I'm going to come to the other side.
Apologies, Chair. Don't count my hand. That was the wrong hand up.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we have 4 in favor. We agreed. There's no argument about the count. Okay. All right. Then can I have hands in favor of continuing with the meeting? I'm in favor of continuing. Honorable Matlopa is in favor of continuing, and 2 on the platform. So now we have a tie. So therefore, as the chair, in terms of, I have a casting vote. Yes, I do.
Yes.
I have a casting vote. Go and look at the
Yes.
rules. I have a deliberative.
No, let's put you now. No, Chair. You don't have a deliberative vote. You have a deliberative vote if you did not vote. No, you only have you are presiding here. You are presiding here. You were not supposed to vote. We waited for you to vote.
All right.
You are presiding here. You were not supposed to vote. You were not supposed to vote as a presiding officer. You were only, it's 4-3. So it's 4-3, but when then you're voting for, you can't vote because there's no tie. It's 4-3. It's 4-3.
Okay, I'm going to have to take legal advice on this.
Yeah, it's 4-3.
Right.
It's 4-3. It's 4-3. But we're telling you,
Okay.
as a presiding officer, when we're voting, you can't cast your vote. You can't cast your vote. You're only gonna vote when there's a tie. When there's a tie.
Chairperson,
that's when you're gonna vote.
Magabani, I've said that I will take legal advice on this. Can you stop shouting?
Chairperson, can I say?
But you can't shout at us as well, because when we're shouting, your meeting is gonna be.
I'm trying.
You'll collapse your meeting, Chair. You'll collapse your meeting.
Raising my
voice. Don't go to that side. Don't go to that route, Chair.
Chairperson,
don't go to that route. We can do it better than you.
Chairperson, can I?
Let's go.
Chairperson, can I come in?
I'm raising my voice to get my point in.
Yeah.
Chair, can I come in?
You are being so ill-disciplined.
No,
don't shout, please.
We are very.
Well, I can't.
Okay, Chair.
All right, okay. Let's all just talk like us. Come, all turn your mics on.
No.
But it's the people of South Africa.
But we're not your children.
No, you're not my children. You're my honourable members.
But we're not your children.
I never said you were my children. I never said you were my children. I said
you must remember. We not
recognize us.
I'm trying to chair.
If you're not going to respect us, we'll put the same.
No, Honourable Magabani, I'm going to call for a legal opinion on this.
No,
we'll take it there.
If you're not going to respect us, we're going to have the.
Well, if you don't respect me, how must I respect you?
But you have to respect us.
You don't respect me. You do not.
We are putting value.
You do not respect me.
We are putting value.
You do not respect me.
No, we're not going to agree.
You do not respect me.
We're not going to agree to that.
You do not.
But you also not respecting us now.
You do not respect me.
No, you wanted to bulldoze them.
You are out of order, the two of you. You are, Chairperson, wait.
No,
you are
not out of order.
This is your meeting, Chair.
I'm asking the member to allow me to
chair. You can't abuse the position of being a chair.
I'm not abusing any position.
Chairperson,
you are abusing your position.
No.
Chairperson,
you are being so ill-disciplined.
Chair, you are the chairperson.
I'm going to ask for a legal opinion.
Yeah, you are the chairperson, but what you are doing, this to and fro between you and Makuban, you are also raising your point. So as the chairperson,
yes,
we will calm down our member, but you must keep quiet so that he's calm. Then we continue the meeting. That's what we are trying, because we are trying to find a solution out of this.
Yeah.
Chairperson, I'm saying to you now, the mistake
on the record, we'll know what happened here.
From Chairperson, the mistake that you did was to vote. So you can't vote twice.
I'm going to take a legal opinion on that.
Yeah, but Chairperson, you don't need any legal opinion. You can't vote twice. You don't need a legal opinion.
I'm not sure, so I'm going to get a legal opinion. Why are you afraid of a legal opinion?
No, Chairperson, the rules of the House, you are not allowed to vote twice. You vote once.
Okay. I'm adjourning this meeting temporarily and awaiting a legal opinion as to whether we continue. Can everybody please just stand down? We will notify everybody via communication as to when we'll restart. Mr. Mkonazi is going to go get a legal opinion.
Honorable Chair, can I...
As to whether I can vote, what votes do I have, okay?
Yes, thanks, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Matlopa.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, Honorable Chair, it is my humble plea that the chairperson is the only person that must point at us, give us an opportunity to make our opinion. The only problem that we can have if a chairperson is not pointing at us, but all of us we have been given an opportunity to talk. I think when the chair said, because the chair voted, that make that one to be a deadlock. I think the contestation is to say he can't cast a vote now to break this one. And the chair is saying, okay, if I can't, but let us get a legal opinion. So that is what we are awaiting now. I don't know why do we really have a problem of that. Yeah, no, the rule. You see now, honorable Bex, I'm given an opportunity, and the chair can't protect me now. You know.
I would love to protect you, but unfortunately, some of the members in the House feel that shouting wins the argument. All I'm trying to say is, yeah, exactly. I want to make it clear that when you raise the issue,
You see,
members, off the record, members,
no.
I'm just making it clear that you raised an issue about how many votes I had. I'm not certain of the position, so I'm asking for a legal opinion. And we'll get that, and then we'll take it further. That's the end of it. Bring something to your attention. The MEC has just phoned me, and he said that he would like to offer that he will return and he will be here in person on Friday at 2:00. Are you happy with that? So no need for any further deliberations. I will get a legal opinion, just so we know. But
Chairperson, can I just on a lighter note?
Like that.
I think, Chairperson, you have an understanding that in this country you vote once. It's standard. You don't vote twice. Not this thing of yours. One man, one vote. Hi, Gabi, Chairperson.
I'm glad you said there was on a lighter note.
Can I
But
also come, Chair?
the point is there is talk in our rules and in the Constitution of a deliberative vote and a casting vote. There are two separate votes. I want to just get clarity on this from a legal point of view. I will ask for a written legal opinion on it. But anyway, the MEC, to settle things down, he said he will make himself available at 2 o'clock. Sorry, HOD.
Can I be allowed to create?
So we are
Chair,
still,
can
so
I
on
come?
Monday, on Friday, we'll have
Chair?
3 hearings. It's going to be a heavy day. Can I please plead to members that on Friday, we focus on the side opposite, not ourselves. That would be good, because we have education, we have health, and we have transport. I also want to remind members, if I may, members, please. I'm feeling disrespected. Members, I want to just say that you will remember in our engagements last year, and I will bring up the chapter and verse and I will send it to you. But what we are going to get on Friday is departments that tell us, Angas, we haven't got money. And there was a part of our October hearings where Treasury made it clear that they were open at any time to any of the departments to assist them with that. And unfortunately, not all the departments took them up on it. I want to get that to you so we can just be clear that when people use that reason, that we can still hold them to account in that regard. But I will get that for you. Just in my head, I will get that for you just so that we're clear. Because we can't let departments always go away with, no, we just don't have money. Because remember, this isn't about, SCOPA is not about the lack of money, it's about the administration of the money you do have. Okay, all right. Sorry?
May I come in,
Chair?
Okay. Sorry, I just want to take hands online. I've got Honourable Naya and Honourable Ngwane.
No.
Honourable Duma.
Chair,
Okay,
no,
thanks.
can we talk, Chair, because whether the meeting is reconvened, because when we were discussing, we were told that the meeting was on recess at the moment, But
sorry,
when we come back, no, Chair, I want to know whether this is an official now that we are discussing, because have we come back? Because we want to contribute.
I haven't stopped the meeting yet.
No, but when we're discussing, we were told, and then you said yes, the meeting has adjourned a little bit to get a legal
opinion.
Yes.
In the interim, I restarted the meeting.
Oh, you have restarted now.
I restarted the meeting to advise the members of the kind offer by the MEC. Members have agreed to that. So we'll now postpone the meeting, today's meeting, until Friday, 2 o'clock, Friday the 6th. We do have Honourable Naya that's now on asking what's your question. I believe the MEC wanted to say something as well.
Not a question, it's what you have said. I want to check whether, as a SCOPA, are we taking a principled decision that now in our hearings we'll need all MEC to be part of us. If they are not part of us, we are not continuing with the meeting, because we must be principled. We must not be in ad hoc in our approach.
I think we can have that discussion on Friday, but I think that's a fair point. Let's get through Friday if we can, members. Can I make the suggestion? Let's get through Friday. The MEC said he'll be there. That's the end of our actual hearings for departments. Okay, then we're going to go into oversight visits and then the RT46 thing. I think at the end of this schedule, the season, we can make a resolution as a SCOPA committee that from now on, we either go hybrid or no more hybrid. So MECs know they must be here. And we can take that resolution peacefully, calmly as a committee and without fighting with each other. Okay. Honourable Naya, you had something to say?
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to place on record that I also have the same issue with regards to precedence, because essentially postponing a meeting just because an MEC is not present physically is really opening a can of worms. It means that going forward, all our meetings will have to be in person and not virtually. And also, Honorable Madlopa has raised the issue of wasteful expenditure in terms of S&Ts and so on. However, in this case, SCOPA is meeting on Friday, so it wouldn't really be a problem. But I'm just concerned about the precedents. And I just had a quick look at the rules, section 151 in terms of decisions. It says here that all questions before committee are decided by a majority of the votes cast. 2, all votes are cast per member. 3, ex officio members may deliberate but may not vote. And 4, the member presiding at a meeting of the committee has, in addition to his or her vote as a member of the committee, a deciding vote whenever there is an equal number of votes on either side of a question. So you do have a deliberate vote in this particular instance. So I'm just want to bring it, place it on record.
Okay. Honourable Naya, thank you for bringing that to attention. Okay, I've got to make a ruling as the chair. I believe that we will achieve more if we meet on Friday. The MEC will be here. He can address the committee personally. The members that are from the Department of Transport work here in Pietermaritzburg anyway, so there's no loss of income there. The SNTs for today's work, we've covered 2 other departments. We've done our work for today, and the SNTs will be the same for Friday. So there's no loss to the legislature, no loss to the committee in terms of SNT. There's no fruitless and wasteful expenditure here today. The lunch was enjoyed by the departments that came before the lunch break. So there's no fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I don't think that I think we're making a sensible arrangement that is specific to these circumstances. But the issue that, Honourable, I'm going to come to you, MEC, I'm going to come to you. I'm just saying that's why, and luckily we didn't have to go into a massive fight. The MEC has said that he would assist us. MEC, please, if you want to make a contribution.
Compliment of the new season, although it's the 2nd day of February, let me greet your good self, Chair, your collective honourable members who are part and parcel of this portfolio committee, the department, the technocrats who serve at the behest of the legislature. Thank you for according me this opportunity. And I understand the process. I've been sitting on different platforms as a member, and we do from time to time have to take the legislature process, and the oversight is part of what we do, including the public participation. So as a matter of indulgence, Chair, I wanted to state 3 things for record purpose. And I'm glad Honorable Naya has already stated, because I was going to furnish you with the rule that has already been cited, but I was going to say that because we are recorded on Hansard, it's better we stated that hybrid, virtual, and meeting in person is part of the rules in legislature. Even the issue of those who are recorded absent is part of the procedure. And I wouldn't want us to create a normal, because we are lawmakers. We can't be lawmakers and lawbreakers at the same time. It's better that
we're not going to be undermined by this MEC.
This one,
Chair, we're not going to be undermined by this MEC. We're not going to be undermined by him. This is not his committee. This is his SCOPA. We have said it ourselves that we know very well that virtual is part of the rules of this house. It's not going to come and undermine us here. This is not as if we can't think. We can take your big English, come with it on Friday. We're going to deal with you on Friday. Come with bombastic words here, talking nonsense.
Chair.
So, Chair, because you've allowed me the opportunity, I want the
Chairperson, no, we're not going to be undermined by you. We're not going to be undermined by you.
You see, now
this is undermining us. We're not going to allow that as members of this committee. Chair, we're not going to be undermined by Duma here. We are members of this committee.
Honourable Duma.
Yes, we're not going to be undermined by him, that honourable member. We're not going to be undermined by him. This is not his committee.
Chairperson, may I?
We're not going to be undermined by him.
Can we
must come here on Friday. We'll answer to him direct.
Thanks, Chair. I think the Honourable MEC is shooting the wrong target. Firstly, he's not a member of SCOPA, but because you are a good chairperson, you've allowed him to speak. Now, as he's speaking, he's undermining us. He must not do that. Chair, Honorable Naya has placed on record about the issue of the rules. Then you, as the chairperson, you then summarize and concluded that you are taking a decision that will continue on Friday. So the Honorable MEC must not then be tempted to undermine our intellectual capacity as members of SCOPA. It's wrong, chairperson. And I would suggest that he must no longer speak. He must come on Friday and speak, not today, because he is undermining us and it's wrong.
Can we please just let the MEC? MEC, I'm sure you've heard the arguments. I really would like to take the win here and not inflame things anymore.
Thank you, Chair. I'm with you, Chair. I was saying that.
Can we please just let the MEC finish?
Point of order, Chair. A point of
We're
order.
not going to allow him to speak. He doesn't respect us. He doesn't respect us.
Then rather
we're not going to. We're not going to listen to him. He doesn't respect us.
A point of order, Chair.
But it's my decision as to whether he speaks, not your decision.
Point of order. I'm standing on a point of order.
Yes. What is your point of order?
Chair.
What's the rule?
Chair. The rule is
you called the point of order. What's the rule?
The rule is a point of order, Chair. Chair.
Yeah.
Our member here in the beginning raised it very clearly that the virtual hybrid is part of the rule. Makubane raised it here that virtual is part of the hybrid is part of the rules, and many other members touch on it, including Honorable CQ touch on it too. Now for the MEC, for Duma to come, Honorable Duma to come here and want to come and lecture us about the rule, like we do not know that the hybrid is part of the rules, and say that members must understand hybrid is part of the rules. We discussed it and our member raised it. He was the first speaker to raise it. Now for Honorable Duma to come and say, what is he trying to say? He's trying to undermine us. Always try to undermine us. But we'll deal with Honorable Duma. We'll deal with this GPU government. This is 2026. We're going to collapse this rubbish thing.
Can we please just finish this meeting? Honorable MEC, please conclude very quickly.
No, thank you so much, Chair. Will be available as a matter of principle and the cases. I wanted you to record it so that there are no contradictory, Chair. I will be available on Friday, and as a chairperson from time to time, you don't even need a majority. You can speak direct to an MEC and say this is what, because I was saying
making your own rules as you go along. That's a behavior.
You see that behavior?
That is the behavior we were talking about.
Where
are we?
You see that behavior?
Making your rules as you go. Arrogant you. Now he's lecturing you. That's a behavior we were worrying about.
MEC, are you done?
Thank you so much, Chair, for affording us this opportunity. We'll meet on Friday. I'll be available. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC. All right. Members, I don't think there are any other hands. Members, this was a very imperfect. Sorry, can I just... Okay. Members, can I have your respect, please? Members, I think that you've seen today that I've tried to be as fair as possible about this. This is a very imperfect situation. We do need to stick by the rules. There was uncertainty about the rules. Let me tell you why I've gone down this road, just so we're clear. It's simple as this. If I had enforced the rules, which now show that I do have a deliberative and a casting vote, and said, hang on a second, it's in the rules, it was just quoted. Can you please just let me finish? No, I'm expressing my opinion. Would you like to hear my thinking, my reasoning? No, here's the deal. I was aware that if we pushed through that decision, you would want to leave and we wouldn't have a proper engagement with the department without you members being here. Therefore, I'm erring on the side of caution to have the MEC here, to have your input here when we deal with the department on Friday. But I'm telling you now, I could have possibly pushed this through, but I've decided, before you get upset, I decided not to err on the side of caution, to err on the side of cooperation. But, you know, you always talk precedents that are created count for all time and not just for one particular regime. Got to keep that in mind. But anyway, With that, I adjourn the meeting. Sorry, before thank you very much for being here. My apologies for this, but we will see you again on Friday at 2:00. Bring your best game, and we will see you then. Thank you very much.